Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? I've been informed that we have exceeded the occupancy criteria for this room. So I'm going to ask anyone that would voluntarily, that's not, we're going to do the property tax hearing first. So if you're not here for the property tax hearing, there's a screen on out in the lobby. And if I could ask you just to move out there to the lobby to allow us to do and the people that are engaged in the property tax hearing remain in the room, it'll just give us a little, leeway as far as the fire marshal and the seating requirements. I appreciate your cooperation. And some of the folks standing in the back, if you see a seat that's open here in the front, please, by all means, come take advantage of those empty seats. Also, I'm going to ask the folks that have signs, if you could please just move to the back of the room. We appreciate the passion in your signs and so forth, but we appreciate your right to free speech, but it's blocking the view of people that are behind you. So let's be courteous here. You can take your sign to the back. That would be most helpful. While I'm making announcements, please silence all your cell phones. We are glad that everyone is here. We appreciate your attendance tonight, but we're operating with a speaker card system, so if you want to address the council, please come up to one of the, either the left or the right, get one of the yellow speaker cards and fill it out, and please be specific about the item that you wish to speak about. Indicate which items you want to speak. Remember that you'll have 2 minutes to address the council on any item that's on the agenda, 5 minutes once we get into appeals for each side, pro and con. So with that bit of housekeeping then underway, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Dean, Mrs. Sharp, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Gould, here. Mr. Tanner, here. Mr. Groby, here. Mr. Faulkner, here. Mr. Canulet, here. Mr. Belisario, here. Ms. O'Brien, here. Mr. Stefanczyk, here. Mr. Bender, here. Mr. Artigue, here. Mr. Smith. Here. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will now call the official meeting of the Parish Council to order. We will begin with two items. The invocation will be given by the Honorable Jerry Bender, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the Honorable Marty Gould. Please rise.
Lord, we thank you for all the blessings that we continue to receive here in St. Tammany Parish. Our people, all of the communities that make up our great parish. We also ask that as parish council members, you continue to guide us and inspire us in all the decisions we make, those that are less difficult and those that are more difficult. Help us to do our very best. We also ask that you continue to guide our parish president and their administration in the day-to-day activities of our parish. We're a populated parish, a big parish, and it's a big task. And so we continually ask for your blessings and your assistance. Two last things. During this hurricane season, we pray that it continue to be a quiet one, and learn this week that our friend who will be here tonight, the director of our library system, was put in the hospital on Monday down in Westmoreland. He's still in the hospital from pneumonia, but I'm told he is approved. So we ask this all in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, the first item of business tonight will be the public hearing considering Resolution CS number C-4145, resolution establishing the adjusted millage rates and parcel fees for the year 2014. I have, at this time, I have 6 speaker cards for this particular item. And in no order, the first person on the speaker cards would be Miss Barbara Dodge. Miss Dodge? Where are you, Barbara? Please come to the podium. We're not going to get you on tape if you don't come all the way up.
Barbara Dodds, League of Women Voters of St. Tammany. I wasn't sure which of these addressed the library millage, but that is the millage I wish to speak on.
Okay. Well, that'll be the next one.
The next one.
Right.
Thank you.
The establishment for the new millage rates this year. So we'll hold that one. The next one I have here is Dr. Argero Morgan. Dr. Morgan, I presume you want to speak about the same issue. Would you like, you've put this issue, where are you there? Oh, there you are. Would you like to defer to the second one? Very well, thank you. The next one I have is Mel Lamp. Mel? Same? Okay. The next one I have is Deborah Burst. Miss Burst? You have 2 minutes, Miss Burst.
Okay. I want to address a situation I've noticed that's, I've been living here for 30 years, and it seems to have, we're changing our direction and allowing developers to kind of control the landscape of St. Tammany Parish. I've been coming to meetings for a long time, to zoning committee meetings and to council meetings. And what I've watched is hard-working property owners paying their taxes and fighting here to conserve and to protect their property value. I've seen meetings where you have the whole side of this room filled with anxious property owners fighting to prevent rezoning that will hamper and decrease their property value. I've seen one property owner and one lawyer on this side, and guess who wins?
Ms. Burris, be reminded, you need to remain on topic, and this is a discussion of property taxes.
Yes, it is. And my point is, I feel the developers aren't paying their portion of the taxes, that the property owners are asked to increase their property taxes, correct?
Well, that's not the topic that we have before us here. This is about setting millages, not about who pays their fair share or whether.
But when you
developers
set millages, you increase taxes, correct?
for everyone that's on the tax rolls, yes, ma'am.
I still think that we're not getting our fair share.
Yeah, you're. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. I have to agree. Your point is well taken. This is your comments, Ms. Burst, are not germane to the topic that we have here before us.
Okay, so as property owners, we can't speak against increasing of our property tax?
Well, nowhere in what you have said so far have you said that I can recall. If you wish to express your position that you do not wish to have property taxes increased, that's a germane topic.
I don't want to have property taxes increased when I see the value of my property being torn away because developers get to build Popeyes behind my house when you have a Popeyes right down the street. Does that work?
No. Thank you, Ms. Burst. I appreciate it. The next card that I have is Mr. Leonard, Mr. Gary Leonard. 2 minutes, Mr. Leonard.
I guess I'm probably going to be just as not germane to the subject, so I won't elaborate as much as I would like to. However, I think everyone in the room is here with the understanding that we don't want to see any increase in either the millages that already exist or up to the maximum allowable that you obviously have the ability to do. I also believe that the reason, I think, if we have any shortages, I mean, are we short on our budget? If we are, I think it is germane to what she just said in respect to that, the monies we continue to give away under the CEAs and impact fees, and those impact fees that we give them in relation to the value of their property. But it's not the value of their real property value. We're giving them credits on what you say it's been assessed for, or appraised for, I'm sorry, not assessed. We'll keep the assessor out of it. What you're saying is we give these impact fee credits for properties that have been appraised by you or the property owner, yet I'd rather see them be given impact fees based on what their parish property tax is assessed at. Let's see them use those as a level. And it is germane
Thank you.
because
Thank you, Mr. Leonard.
it has to do with increasing our millages, and if those were set more evenly, we wouldn't have to be raising our millages.
Thank you. All right. All right, that concludes the speaker cards that I have requesting comment on this item for the public hearing. Is there, do any of my colleagues want to place a motion on the floor?
Well, I have a question
I'm
first.
sorry, Mr. Gould.
What millages are we voting on at this point? The top,
This is the resolution establishing the adjusted millage rates and parcel fees for the year 2014. Counselor, will
is
you
that
please
the one where I see there are no increases?
Yes.
Is
that's
that correct?
That's correct.
All right, no increases.
Correct.
Well, I'll move on that.
Right. So there's a motion then to approve Resolution C-4145. Who was the second? Mr. Canulat? Mr. Gould and Mr. Canulat? Is there any further discussion? Ms. O'Brien?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, so in particular, the audience understands. When we vote yes for this number one, we are not voting for any increase whatsoever on any of these items, not for this number one. Attorney, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Gould, you still have your light on. You have anything else you
Yeah.
want to add? All right. Any comment from the administration? All right. That concludes the public hearing. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Now we'll move to the public hearing for Resolution CS number C-4150, resolution establishing the millage rates and parcel fees for the year 2014. Let's go through the public hearing first.
Excuse me, I'd like to add one too.
Sure. Because there are, the parish establishes 20 or so millage rates for various taxing bodies within the parish. We're going to have a public hearing on these items that are listed in Resolution 4150, and then we're going to vote on each one individually as we go down. It'll start with the parish alimony tax, which is basically one of those taxes by which we operate parish government. Why they call it alimony, I'll never know, but that's what it's called. And I will be very clear, in the motion for each one, we will clearly define what we'll make a motion and a second for each one that will identify what the proposed property tax levy will be. If you don't have a copy of the ordinance, I will read out what the maximum millage that will be allowed and whether there's any change from the previous year, just for clarity for the public. Is that a good summary, gentlemen, ladies? Okay. So let's get the public hearing portion out of the way. We're talking about taxes here. We're talking about property taxes. So so please bear with us and stay on task. The first one I have is our Parish Clerk of Court, Ms. Prieto. Ms. Prieto, welcome.
Thank you. And although I'm in the uniform, I did not have time to go home and change. I'm an ordinary citizen with some ordinary thoughts. I've been watching over the past year and a half, I believe, our new assessor and how hard he's working and how much he has gotten more properties on the taxes or more things that were assessed low brought up. So my question to you is, although the millages are the same, are we getting a bigger gene pool of money because more people are on the rolls now or brought up to a higher level? Because I think that plays into the whole formula. As a property taxpayer, I think that this is not a good time to raise anything, and if the gene pool is bigger and there's actually more funds, I would like to see a rollback to the levels of income rather than to a millage, because the millage, if more people are on the rolls, is going to produce more money. So I just think it's a time that everybody needs, all the agencies need to tighten their belts and live within their means in the past. Not the means of when we were the highest after Katrina, but these last couple of years that have been really hard on everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prieto. Now I'll go to Ms. Dodds, Barbara Dodds.
Sorry.
Ms. Morgan, I'm going to go to you next, so if you can start moving to the front, we'll save a little time between people. Ms. Dodds.
Barbara Dodds, on behalf of the League of Women Voters of St. Tammany. The League has long held strong positions supporting the library, and we believe that the library has needs now, that they need to build a new library for Slidell, and I know that they have reduced their millage over the last several years, and so I would speak in support of their request to raise their millage. They are still well below their maximum allowed, and they do need the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodds. Mel, I'm going to ask you, Mel Lamp, to come next, so if you could. No, we're talking about the overall, everything, right, and then we'll go through and vote on each one individually. Ms. Morgan. No, Ms. Morgan will be before you. I was just trying to get people moving forward. Thank you.
I thank all of you for the opportunity to come before you this evening. I have been in the field of education all my life, from preschool all the way through university teaching. So I come before you with a great deal of experience, and I'd like to remind you that the highest priority of this council and of these people is education. The library is an educational institution. It's not a warehouse full of books, nor is it a warehouse full of computers. It offers research and research assistance to all of our parishes, all of our parishioners. We also are in the field of self-directed education. We begin with babies, with little babies and mothers. We teach basic literacy. We reinforce what the schools are doing through every summer. Children gain in their reading skills because of the library. We offer every kind of educational opportunity. And when I travel, and I have traveled extensively through the country visiting libraries, I was in Baton Rouge today. Baton Rouge has a lower per capita income than St. Tammany. Baton Rouge has just finished a $35,000 library. I think it's too big, but I'm not in Baton Rouge. The people approved it. It is 126,000 square feet, and they are building another one. Then I offer you to go visit a little town called Houma. And if you look at that library, you will find you have nothing whatever to brag about in St. Tammany, and it's a very small library serving very diverse people.
Ms. Morgan,
Yes.
your time is up.
Thank you very much. Please consider the library as an educational institution. A vote for this is a vote for education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Dr. Morgan. Mel Lamp.
Thank you. Like others, I had to come from work. I apologize for my dress. My name is Melvin Lamp. I'm from Madisonville, Louisiana, and I actually have the new library, $6.5 million library right in my front yard. I'm very versed in the library board. And this is relating to the $9.1 million budget being increased to $11.1 million for the library board, which represents about 10% of the entire parish's budget for libraries alone. I think it's a little much, but even staying at 9 right now, I would like to go through a couple things on the report that they presented to you all when asking for this additional millage. First off, they say that they have not collected all the millage that they could, which was about $6.5 million over the last 4 years. They have not, but they managed to go out and borrow $5.5 million in bonds and build the new library, along on the $9 million budget that they have. They have a wish list over the next 10 years of $15 million, of which $7 million of it will go to Slidell parking land, building new parking, building a new Pontchartrain library, and operation, I believe, if I'm reading correct, of the new Pontchartrain library, which they are getting from $4 million out of the operation budget of the Madisonville library and putting it into somehow the operating budget of the Pontchartrain library. They are spending $1 million on Covington renovations and $1 million on Mandeville, with a paltry $300,000, $50,000 apiece for 6 little branches. And these are 20 and 30-year-old roofs, facilities, carpet, and equipment that they've known they've had for 20 or 30 years. They are not planning. And they are adding a $2 million headquarters building that's going to be their administrative complex over the next 10 years. The papers show that they have, in your papers, $5 million in cash. The June 16th WDSU report showed $9 million in cash in accounts,
Mr.
with
Lamp,
$11
your
million
minutes are up.
in treasury notes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, I
I
appreciate
couldn't put it in 2 minutes. May I really sum up with 3 statements, three little lines?
Quickly.
I would ask that not only you maintain these millages, but that you direct the library board to go back and rethink its priorities as who they serve and what's going on with the internet versus libraries and the buggy whip companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lamp. The next one I've got is Deborah Burst. Ms. Burst, do you want to come up and speak on this item?
Believe it or not, I'm only going to take 30 seconds, and that is to rewind what I just said, because obviously it applies more to this one than the last one, and I would appreciate when you fill out the council agenda that you be a little bit more specific about what is going to be discussed so the public can act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burst. Ms. Burst, be reminded that we do, when we issue the agenda, we also have a link to each item on the website. So before you come, you can go back and see exactly what each item is going to be. The next one I have is Mr. Leonard, Gary Leonard.
Well, this one is really more applicable than the previous one, and I must concur with Ms. Burst. I kind of misunderstood it when reading it as well. Honestly, guys, with everything that's been going on in the parish the last few months and years, I wouldn't want to see an increase in it, and as our clerk of court said, actually perhaps a decrease in millage rates until we've had a complete and full accounting of every parish department in this whole parish, in every department. I'd like to, what I would really like to see is a forensic audit that was done similarly to what was done at the coroner's office and done in every single department in this parish before we raise any taxes. And in fact, I'm sure after that, we'd be able to roll them back because you, Mr. Falconer, yourself sends out every month the permits for the parish. And if you look at those permits, if that many are going online every month in arrears, of course, because they're new permits, but meaning 6 months ago, those permits are probably going online 6 to 8 months down the line, that's new tax money that's coming in. It's not being accounted for. And if the state can project, so can we. They do it every day. They do it every year. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leonard. The next speaker card is Terry Lewis Stevens. Ms. Stevens, would you approach the podium, please?
Terry Lewis Stevens, 725 Dove Park Road. I have to concur with all the statements that have been made thus far, because when you look at the agenda, there was no way we could have known, anyone in the audience or anyone at home could have known what was on the first one, what was on the second one. And as of yesterday, the links weren't on the internet because I was looking for them. So it would be nice if they were here for people that actually showed up to the meeting. I'm just making a suggestion. If the additional information was here in a packet so that people could take a full packet or a partial packet, it would help an awful lot of people who do take the time to show up to the meetings to participate in the process. I would like to say in regard to the millages, though, that yes, and I know this fundamentally, there were impact fees, impact credits, transportation credits, building credits, drainage credits that have been awarded to developers but not individuals. And I'm sorry, don't I have 2 minutes? Isn't that my public right to speak
You
about,
have
this is about millage, it's related to millages.
You have the right for 2 minutes.
It's
but it has to be
related.
germane to the topic.
It
So
is,
just
because
bring
you know what,
it
they're
back
getting
in.
tax forgiveness where we're being asked to pay more, and that's fundamentally unfair, and we're not happy about that. So we would like you to review those sorts of situations while you're considering adding millage dollars to our tax bill. I think that's very important. And one more point, no one's brought it up. Where'd the Galvin money go? There was millions of dollars somewhere in his bank accounts, and now nobody talks about it anymore, and that should go back into, one of those items was coroner, wasn't it?
Thank you,
And
Ms.
I
Stevens.
think it would
Ms.
be really
Stevens.
great if we found out where that money went.
We're talking about property, look, just so everyone
Thank
knows.
you.
We're talking about property taxes tonight. We will have a full series of budget hearings in September where you can come address exactly those questions. This is property taxes tonight. Then, let's see, this is one here. Belinda Parker would be next. No, that's an appeal, I'm sorry. Bruce Wayner. Mr. Wayner.
Good evening. I'm here representing the North Shore Business Council. We met with the library board, and look, the library serves all the citizens of this parish. They're in dire need of, their facilities are in dire need of repairs. They want to build a new facility in Slidell, and we support their roll-up.
Thank you, Mr. Wayner. That's all the comment that I have from the public then for Series Resolution C-4150. I will then start at the top and call out the maximum millage that's available, the current 2013 levy, and the levy then, I will look then for a motion for each one and a second that we can vote on individually. So the first one is, in fact, the parish alimony for rural areas. The maximum millage is 3.02. The 2013 levy was 3, so 3.02, now it's at 3. Do I have a motion and a second for the establishment of the parish alimony rural areas? Mr. Stefancic. So what are you moving, Mr. Stefancic, to leave it in place? All right, so the first one
Moving
then,
to leave, as we leave it on here.
yeah, will be 3 mills. That's a motion by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by Mr. Artigue for 3 mills. Is there any discussion on this one? None appearing then, please vote.
Mr. Bellisario.
There you go.
Motion is unanimous, no one
The
absent.
next one is the parish alimony for city areas. The maximum millage available is 1.51. The 2013 levy would be 1.50. Do I have a motion on the establishment, Mr. Bellisario? You want to move to leave it? I'm going to presume that when someone says so move, that means leave it where it is.
That is correct.
Okay, good.
We'll roll forward 1.5 that comes from 2013.
Right. So we'll have remain at 1.5. Motion by Mr. Bellisario. I saw the second for Mr. Canulat. Any further discussion? Someone's light. Mr. Stefancic, did you want to comment? Not appearing, then please vote. I'd ask the administration, if you have a comment, let me know, because I'm going to try to move through these quickly, okay?
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The next
Councilman
one,
Falconer, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, if you wouldn't mind during the motions, if you do read out what the levy would be, rather than, actually name the levy for me.
wait, I don't
Just,
understand.
if Jean understands, if you list the 1.5 rather than just say move and assume that it's the 2013 levy.
Will do. Drainage maintenance then is the next one. The maximum millage is 2.17. The 2013 levy was 1.83. Is there a motion to set this one? Thank you,
I'll
Mr.
second.
Tanner. There's a second by Mr. Bellisario. Any
Question,
further
question.
discussion?
Question.
Mr. Smith, thank you, Mr. Smith. I didn't see you.
I'm looking at the adjusted maximum mill in the middle of those two numbers that we're calling out. Am I to assume that the 2014 levy, which has no numbers in there, is because there is no increase or decrease?
We're setting the ones in the 2014 category.
Okay, so the one that we're looking at now, the drainage maintenance, that's going, we're voting to keep it as it is?
1.83, yes.
Thank you.
That 2013 column is where it's being assessed at present. Any further discussion? Any other questions? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The clerk has asked me to point out that Mr. Thompson has been voting yes. For some reason, the screen has taken the N in Thompson and scooted it over to the right. That is not to be interpreted as a no. Yeah, there you go. Vote both ways, all right.
Reed, I thought the N was meant neutral.
Yeah, maybe so. All right, the next one is the public health millage. The maximum millage available is 1.84. The 2013 was 1.83. Do I have a Mr. Bender?
Thank you.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay.
Do I need to turn it up here?
Okay. I will make a motion to keep that millage at the current 1.83.
Is there a second, Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Smith. Any further discussion on public health millage? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Next one is animal services, maximum millage of 1.00. The current millage is 0.85. Is there a motion for animal services? A motion by Mr. Bellisario. What's your motion, Mr. Bellisario? All right, leave it at 0.85. There's a motion by Mr. Bellisario, seconded by Mr. Stefancic. Any? Yeah, and the clerk is reminding me, to remind you, Mr. Bellisario, to please turn on your microphone when you do that. Any further discussion? Not appearing, then please vote.
Mr. Falconer.
Oops, sorry, Mr. Dean.
I just had a question. Are we going to assume too that each agency, if they request it, in other words, the library board is the only ones that requested an increase? So we're assuming all the rest of them, animal services, nobody requested an increase?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Stefancic. All right, I think I call for the vote on that one. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, the next one then is the library. Library Board, the maximum millage available is 6.33. The adjusted maximum is actually 6.29 now. The 2013 levy was 5.35. That's what I'm trying to remember what the ask was on that. Does anyone recall?
Your question is, what have they asked?
Yes.
They have not asked for the 633, they've asked for the 629.
629, yeah, the maximum that they're allowed to, maximum now. Okay. Is there a motion for the library board, Mr.
I so
Tanner?
move to set the millage at 6.29.
Motion then at 6.29 by Mr. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Sharp. Is there any discussion? Ms. O'Brien?
Yes, I have to say that I do agree with what people said about the importance of the library and education. However, I have to tell you, in my district, what I keep on hearing is no more new taxes, that we are taxed enough. There's some concerns about continuing to do so much brick and mortar when we have so much access to technology, and there are other comments that have been made. But I will tell you that even though I recognize the tremendous contribution the library system makes and the importance of education, I also understand that we are the highest tax parish in the entire state. And I know that people in my district are struggling. And whether I agree with them or not, I will tell you, I am elected to represent their wishes, not. And I have to say, many people in my district have spoken to me and made a request that I do not vote to increase taxes. And because I am elected to represent, I will have to say no for this increase.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Smith, you had your light on a second ago. You pulled it on?
We'll wait.
All right, Mr. Bender.
You can go ahead and wait, TJ.
You're up.
Yes, thank you. So, I'm sorry, was there someone ahead of me? Okay.
He yields to you, Mr. Bender.
I'm going to support the 6.29. For those who were not here when Mr. Westmoreland made his presentation, his staff put together a very good, accurate presentation, and just want to very briefly go back through so everyone understands where we are today and where we were. In 2005 with Katrina, a lot of this parish was destroyed. My district, Mr. Ortigue's district, much of Mr. Smith's district, and other colleagues along the lakefront were very badly hurt. We lost the second library in Slidell. That was 9 years ago this month. I purposely have not asked for that library to be open for 9 years so that we could focus on rebuilding. People had to rebuild their homes, and knowing that the only way that we could get that opened up would be to have the funds to do it. At 9 years, we're at the point where, and Dr. Morgan said it at the last meeting, the North Slidell Library, I believe, handles 34% of all of the business in the library system in St. Tammany Parish. We need one desperately in South Slidell, but I'm not just voting for South Slidell. What I also heard Mr. Westmoreland say is that in Covington, and the reason they have to move their administrative office is that they don't have sufficient parking in Covington without destroying oak trees to create additional parking. They want to move the administrative offices to a metal-type building in the Abita area. We also heard about other libraries that need to be expanded, that need to be renovated. The one in North Slidell, which is in Councilman Cangulet's district, he mentioned they desperately need to buy additional land next to it for additional parking, okay? So, I just think the library is very important. I'm going to stop there. I thought all of the criteria that was laid out to us, and by the way, I confirmed this again today, talking with Mr. Westmoreland on the phone. I did not know he was in a hospital. I confirmed it with Ms. Kelly LaRocca, who's here tonight, the Assistant Finance Director. The increase to 6.29 mils, which my vote will be for, all of that will be for capital improvements. Am I correct on that? Okay. So we're not talking about more salaries. We're not talking about, I mean, if we have to add a satellite, we might be talking about minimal. But we're talking about capital improvement projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. I'll go to Mr. Groby next.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to add my support, as much as it may pain some of the audience, to support the library. One of the things that a lot of people don't seem to use sometimes is that during the recession between 2009 and 2012, I verified this with the library, there was a 3- to 4-fold increase on citizens going there to use the internet, checking out DVDs and CD-ROMs because the economy hit them hard. They couldn't afford, I guess, the internet at their homes. Every afternoon, and I read a lot, I'm probably well over 200 books easy for the last 2 years. Every afternoon, I have to bring a book back to the Lacombe Library branch. The place has children in it using the internet, reading and listening to music, and of course, their parents check out DVDs, or I guess save rental fees. That's some of the part of what the library does that a lot of people are fortunate enough to have internet at home and have Netflix like I do because of the internet. We don't really use that much of the advantage, but to support the library is to support an upcoming and your children's generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groby. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't reiterate some of the facts that have been given to us already by Councilman Maureen and some others in the audience as well about where we stand now in this parish and in this state as it relates to a taxing entity in the state of Louisiana, one of the highest or the highest. I represent a large segment of the city of Slidell in my district, and I'm also aware that in the city of Slidell that the businesses on that side of the parish are struggling tremendously because of the tax burdens that they have to bear from a commercial standpoint. Sometimes we feel like the lone wolf crying in the street when we talk about some of these things, but that's nothing unusual either. We're going to probably be in a minority on the vote that we're going to take tonight, and it will be a vote against this increase in taxes for the library board. You know, a forensic audit would be in order for a lot of our taxing bodies, and that would kind of give us a clearer picture as to where we really stand as it relates to how much money we need to operate and to do business. When Mr. Westmoreland and his staff came and made that very outstanding presentation to us at our review meeting, one thing troubled me, and that was he was unable to give me an answer to the percentage of the library board's budget that goes to administrative costs. Not to say that they are high, but I don't know what they are. And in order to make an intelligent decision, I think we should be able to weigh all of these factors into the balance when we make the decision on especially such an important issue as taxes. We are taxing our people out of St. Tammany Parish. Now, Smith, you might say, well, the people in your district are probably tax exempt and they're probably homestead exempt. Maybe so. Maybe they are, in a large proportion of them. But guess what that increases, that the people who are going to pay the taxes, where's it going to be passed on to? It's going to be passed on to those people who don't have to pay the property taxes. So they're going to pay it anyway, however you cut it. But we, I think, need to take a serious consideration before we raise any more taxes in St. Tammany Parish. And I rest my case right there, and I will not be voting for this increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Stavancic, I believe your light was on next. Then we'll go to Mr. Bellisario.
I think you've heard several people here talk about the libraries and what the needs are. I've worked with the library system for a lot of years. I believe it's probably one of the things in this parish, from an education standpoint, as Dr. Audra Morgan said, but also for the college students and the university students that access our facilities as well. The libraries do need more parking space, and that ought to tell you that they're probably used by more people than any place else in the parish. If you look at the buildings that we have, they are probably the most used buildings in the parish by, at least public buildings that I would say in the parish, other than maybe the courthouse or the jail. And neither one of them do I think we need to be going to on a daily basis as a learning situation. I looked at and like Mr. Bender, I know the people in the south side of Slidell and the Bayou Liberty area, which he and I both represent now. Those people have had to travel to Robert Boulevard to get to a library, and they've always looked forward to seeing a new library in Slidell. And I know Jerry started working with Mr. Don earlier this year or sometime this year to try and get that thing started. There's also a requirement, a need for more space in Abita Springs as it's a growing area. And the Lacombe Library is well past its maximum capability of serving the people. It needs not only more parking spaces, but it needs more books, more buildings, more internet access. And those things are all available in the library. For those of you that have never been to the library, and maybe most of you have, but I would challenge you to go there and see what's available. Not everybody, as Mr. Groby says, has internet access in their homes. And the library provides that, and the people come there and use the computers. The library system today still has some books in it, but they are moving towards more of a place where they are to an information dispersal system rather than housing stacks and stacks and stacks of books. And I think that they've presented us with a reasonable approach to where they were going. They've shown us a plan, and Mr. Westmoreland did make a good presentation to us. What's interesting for all of you people here that are opposed to taxes, we had 2 hearings, by the way. Didn't see any of you here, just so you know. And the fact is, the only 1 or 2 people that were here other than Barbara, I shouldn't say anybody, Barbara Dodds was here, I think Sandra Schleifer was here, and other than that, this room was vacant. And what was interesting is one of those groups that came before us raised their millage by their board with only 1 person here to speak either way, and I wasn't sure which way the person was speaking for a long time, but they were in favor of that increase. But of all, and it was the biggest increase of anything I've seen in the parish, and you weren't here. I'm going to suggest to you, number one, whoever said about more, I think it was Melise said, more buildings and more housing and more stuff is being added to the rolls, and therefore there should be increased taxes. No, the number that we get from the assessor should be taking all of that into consideration when he gives it to us. And we've been given these numbers that are on here from the assessor. That's what he said should equal out what you collected last year with the increases in the number of properties going on the rolls. It should come out to the same amount of money. So that's been addressed already, and it's been and will continue to be addressed as we go forward. I really want to see us look at each one of these, and as our chairman said, in September, October timeframe, we are going to hold budget hearings on everything that this parish controls as far as budgets. I challenge all of you to be here. Those are open meetings. Last year, we had a maximum of 3 people at the largest one we had. So I'm going to tell you that if you want to oppose something or you want to challenge the budgets, come then and tell us what it is, and we'll take a look at it then. That's the time to come before us and say, we don't think you're doing something right. Don't wait until after it's all over or where we are. And I agree tonight is when you should be here if you're opposing the library tax. I, for one, am not and will be supporting this thing as we vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefancic. Mr. Bellisario.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm right in the middle of everybody. I do not believe we need to roll up from 535 to 629. I've talked to Lewis Fitzmaurice on more than one occasion on the tax rolls. We already know we're going to be bringing in more money, and one of the things he's tempering it with is a lot of people don't understand, when you look at that gross amount of taxes, 8% comes off of that. There's typically 5% people don't pay their tax bills. And there are another 3% where there's agencies getting money off of the taxpayers at the very top. So when you look at the amount of money you're going to think you're going to get, you're supposed to multiply by 0.92. And therefore, he wanted us to say, let's wait until all the adjustments are done to see how much additional revenue is going to be there. I don't feel comfortable with my constituents having to pay almost an increase in a mill. And it's that way because my constituents came into this room on the 30th when Fire District 1 raised up their millage from 29.7 to 33.5. There were 2 citizens in this room. I was stunned. And one of the reasons is because of the law that required that hearing to be here. We got to work to change that. When somebody wants to roll up, they had to be here on July the 30th and make their presentation to the full council. When you deal with a fire district, they don't come under us. You see the list of taxes here, and these are the ones we control. We don't vote on the other taxes. We don't vote on the school board. We don't vote on the fire, any of the fire districts. But when I see what my people are going to be looking at as increases and everybody else's that are in wards 8 and 9, their bills are going to go up. And therefore, I can't see, let's wait on this one, and I have to vote no. Thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on this item before us? The motion then is to roll this, to permit the roll forward to 6.29 mils. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. No further discussion, then please vote. To approve the roll forward.
Motion fails, 6 yeas, 8 nays, no one absent.
All right, then we'll need another motion to set it. Mr. Gould?
Mr. Chairman, let's set that millage for the library board at the 2013 level of 5.35.
All right, there's a motion.
That's my motion.
Motion on the floor of 5.35, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Is there any discussion on this item? Anything further, Mr. Gould?
Sorry.
All right, no discussion then. Let's clear the machine. Yes. 1 second, she's making some notes up here. Got it? All right, then please vote. Mr. Thompson.
Motion passes 13 yeas, 1 nay, no one absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we'll move then on to the Council on Aging Stark millage, which the maximum allowable under the law is 2. As Mr. Stefanski has pointed out, the adjusted for the population is 1.99. The 2013 was 1.69. Is there a motion on the floor for Council on Aging Stark?
So moved.
Mr. Belisario to say so moved, then we're going to say 1.69?
That is correct, absolutely correct.
Seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Any discussion on the Council on Aging? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The next item is for the St. Tammany Parish Coroner's Office. The maximum allowable is 3.40. The new adjusted millage maximum would be 3.38. The 2013 was set at 2.96. Is there a motion, Mr. Bender?
Make a motion to stay at 2.96.
Retain 2.96. Is there a second by Mr. Artigue? Any discussion on the motion? Did you have discussion, Mr. Bender?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll go to you.
And I simply wanted to point this out because raising and lowering deserve equal justice, okay? Just so that everyone will remember, and we're doing, my motion this year is exactly what we said to the public last year. Mr. Falconer as vice chairman last year, Mr. Belisario as finance committee chairman, myself as chairman, Ms. Pats, Ms. Leslie, finance director with Ms. Pat, and our council administrator, Don Henderson, and Mr. Terry Han. We all sat down because we couldn't get the numbers from the coroner's office at the time, if you will recall that, okay? And we worked backwards and we reduced the coroner's millage, okay? We did it in a way that we thought that it would not put the coroner's office in dire straits, but that's an example of a millage reduction because we were absolutely not convinced that there was a need. And the gentleman who spoke earlier about, you know, everything needs to be looked at, I don't have a problem with that. I only know about our house, and I'm confident in what any review of the parish council's house would look like, okay? But we didn't know. We didn't have good feelings at the time about the coroner's house. We rolled back. And we're making our motion and our commitment, which we said would be for 2 years, but we couldn't vote it that way in 2 years. And I'm making a motion to vote it for a second year tonight. I would also like to say, Mr. Chairman, briefly, Dr. Preston is here tonight, I believe. Dr. Preston, you want to come forward, sir? Dr. Preston and I spoke about this. In no way, shape, or form did he want to even discuss any kind of a millage increase. He's been hard at work turning the coroner's office around. He's going to tell us tonight, if you didn't read it in the newspaper, I'll give it to you for a second, Dr. Preston.
Well, thank you very much. I know you have a lot of business, and I'll
I'm
only
sorry,
take a
Mr.
moment.
Chairman. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Bender. A-OK, Mr. Preston, Dr. Preston, I
Thank
should
you
say.
very much.
Thank you for being with us. I'll yield the floor to you. You've got 2 minutes.
I'll take less. As Mr. Bender said, we are working hard at the coroner's office. I guess I'm one of the few agencies that can say we underwent the forensic audit that was asked for. We were put on the Louisiana Legislative Auditor's list of noncompliance, and recently we came off of that list. We complied with every single recommendation. We filed an action plan. It was accepted by the Louisiana auditor. We intend to work hard to protect the money that the taxpayers are paying. We're not asking for a roll forward, although I will say that the coroner's office is operating on a very thin budget at the moment. We're trying to get a hold of where all the money is. We're going to find out, but we're going to work to take care of the taxpayers' money diligently, and I thank you for your time.
Dr. Preston, let me also thank you, because this will be your second official appearance in this body, and that is more than I have seen the coroner in this room in an official capacity in my entire 7 years in this body. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up, if I might, just a question to the administration.
Yes, Mr. Bender, but please.
Because I don't want there to be confusion. I've heard it said, where is all the money? I can tell you, I know where the money is. And I think that everyone on this council can tell you it's in safe hands, not only with our parish president, but with our finance director, Ms. Leslie Long, who all of us have utmost admiration for. That money, through the Tim Burns law that was passed, that we worked with Representative Burns on, that took the money and it didn't send it into limbo. It sent it into the hands of our finance department, and only we, in that savings account, can dish any of it out now to a very competent coroner, Dr. Preston. Ms. Leslie, you know where the money is, don't you?
Yes, I know where the money is.
Thank you.
Safe and sound in the bank.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. All right, is there any further discussion on this item? We have a motion on the floor and a second. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, next we'll move to lighting districts. Lighting district number 1, the maximum millage available to them is 4.17. Their current assessment is 4.15. Is there a motion for lighting district number 1? Mr. Stefanczyk. Make a motion to leave it at 4.15, seconded by Mr. Belisario. Is there any discussion on lighting district number 1? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 4, the present millage is the maximum is 4.07. Their present millage is 4.03. Is there a motion to set lighting
Move
district
to
number
set it
4?
at 4.03.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Mr. Groby. 4.03 is the motion that's on the floor. Is there any discussion on that item? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 5, the maximum adjusted millage for population adjustment is 4.95. The existing millage is 3.14. Is there a motion to set? Mr. Artigue. Motion is to leave it at 3.14, seconded by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion on that motion? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 6, the adjusted maximum is 2.60. The current levy is 2.15. Is there a motion, Mr. Groby? Keep it at 2.15. Motion seconded by Mr. Dean. Is there any further discussion on the proposal? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 7, the current maximum is 3.01. The current levy is 2.98. Is there a motion to set the lighting district millage? Mr. Belisario. 2.98, motion by Mr. Belisario, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Any further discussion on the item? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 16, the current adjusted maximum based on population is 1.99. The 2013 levy is 1.20. Is the motion to set lighting district number 16?
Motion to keep it at 1.2. We lowered this thing last year.
1.2 by Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Smith?
You just want to know, where is that lighting district located, in whose district? That's got to be
The southern border is at Hellenberg Road, and the northern end goes up into Tammany Hills and Crestwood.
Oh, they're to be applauded for that maintenance of the lowest rate on the chart, I believe.
Well, there's a lot of commercial in that area, which has made a big difference as far as being able to lower taxes. The Gravity Drainage District, when they got their millage approved back in 1999, was set at 7.75. They're now at, I believe, 1.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Any further discussion on this item? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Now we'll move to the setting of parcel fees, sub-drainage district number 1 of drainage district number 3. The maximum parcel fee is $60. The current is $60. Is there a motion to set the new parcel fee? Mr.
Yes, sir, make a
Canulet?
motion to continue it at $60.
$60 by Mr. Canulet.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Mr. Bellisario. Any further discussion? None appearing, please vote.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of order,
Yes, Mr.
I misspoke when I said 1 mill, it's 2 mills for the gravity drainage district.
Thank you. The clerk will make note of that change.
Mr. Bellisario?
Yes.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, we'll go to lighting district then number 10. The maximum, the current.
9.
Sorry, did I miss 9? Yeah, thank you. The maximum is $50 per parcel. The current is 28.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion to retain the Lighting District 9 parcel fee at $28, and there will be a tax election later on this year for that to renew it.
Thank you, Mr. Bellisario, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Any further discussion on this one? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Now, not lighting district number 10. We're allowed 50, we're at 50. Is there a motion to reset it? Someone make the motion. Mr. Dean, set it, remain at 50. Seconded by, I hear, Mr. Bellisario. Any further discussion? Retaining it at $50? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district number 11, the maximum is 50, the current is 35. Do I hear a motion to set this at 30, at whatever? Mr. Dean? Set it at 35, seconded by Mr. Sharp. Any discussion on this item? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Lighting district 14, the maximum is $100 a parcel, the current is at $100 a parcel. Is there a motion to reset it at some number? Mr. Tanner? This is lighting district 14. Where is lighting district 14? Where is lighting district 14? It's not by me. I don't have any lighting districts.
We're getting the map, but I think it's the Ingram Estates, Dog Pound, that area, in that area, but we're getting the map now.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Gould.
It's a small district located right off of Highway 11, south of I-12.
Okay. So I would then look to the, that general direction for a motion, Mr. Smith.
It looks like it's a subdivision.
It's not mine.
Yeah, it's not much.
We'll take it, but
Mr. Smith, how about making the motion that we can
Certainly
set
will.
this at $100 a parcel, seconded by
Certainly
Mr. Stefanczyk. Any discussion on the item? None appearing, please vote.
Mr. Falconer, would the council care for a little history on these types of lighting districts?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I know y'all are all disappointed out there.
Mr. Stefanczyk, Mr. Smith. Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, the final lighting district and the final item on this resolution would be lighting district number 15. Its maximum is $60 a parcel. It's a parcel fee, so the current assessment is $50.5 a parcel. Anyone care to make a motion on this one? Mr. Dean? Keep it at 55. Is there a second on that item? Mr. Sharp? Any further discussion? Mr. Gould?
I'll come to you next.
Okay. None appearing, then please vote. Let's get this out of the way.
Mr. Bender? Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right,
Mr. Falconer?
Yes, Mr. Gould.
You're going to love this.
Uh-oh.
I have a much better memory than Gravity Drainage District's attorney. The millage is 1.
I'll make a note of that, thank you. All right, for those folks that were here for the public hearing on property taxes, that will conclude our public hearing. We're going to move now to the body of the agenda, so I'll take a 2-minute recess to allow folks that are here for the public hearing to exit, and the folks that are outside that gave up their seats before to re-enter the room. And I appreciate everyone's participation here tonight. This is important. All right, if everyone will take their seats, we'll get moving on the regular agenda here. 6, 7, 8, 9, okay. All right, Madam Clerk, would you confirm that we have a quorum to begin again?
Yes, sir. We have 9.
Thank you. Before we get started, the suggestion by legal counsel has been made that we take a motion on this resolution CS number C-4150 establishing all the millage rates. We need to approve it in globo so that we have a single resolution that will reflect all of the motions and votes on the individual items. So just as a matter of housekeeping, we need to take a motion for that. So
Which was that?
it's the same one that we just voted on individually, but they need it, to submit it to the state, we need to do it in globo. So a motion by Mr. Groby then to approve Resolution C-4150 in all of the amounts that have previously been discussed and approved, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Is there any discussion on that approach? Mr. Gould, you have your light on. Did you want to comment? Anyone else? None appearing then. Let's please vote on the globo approval of that resolution.
Mr. Smith? Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
All right, thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is an item of presentations, but we were informed before tonight's meeting that Commissioner Skrmetta is not going to be in attendance tonight, so we're going to remove this item from the agenda. Next item under presentations is actually an item on the off-the-floor agenda. It's the first item on the off-the-floor agenda, a presentation to Dr. Stephen Hill. I would ask for a motion to move up just this item, number 1. Open the floor, yes, thank you. Open the floor just for this item, number 1, and move it to this moment in the agenda. So a motion by Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Groby. So I need a 100% vote to open the floor just for the hearing of this item, number 1. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
So we have presentation to recognize Dr. Stephen Hill for his cancer research breakthrough. Parish President Brister.
Dr. Hill, would you and your wife please come forward? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am particularly happy to be able to read this tonight. Whereas Dr. Stephen M. Hill, a Slidell resident, is working with his colleagues at the Tulane University School of Medicine on a breakthrough in cancer research. And whereas the study is based on a theory that tamoxifen, a popular breast cancer drug, may be rendered ineffective by the amount of light in the room during sleep, and whereas melatonin is a natural hormone produced in the human brain during sleep, which appears to retard or even stop the growth of specific cancer cells, and whereas the height of melatonin production is during the night and appears to be directly affected by the amount of light in the room during sleep, and whereas cancer cells appear to get more aggressive when the body doesn't have a good period of melatonin production, therefore sleeping with any amount of light in the room may render tamoxifen ineffective. And whereas Dr. Hill believes that melatonin, in tandem with the use of tamoxifen, not only retards the growth of cancer cells, the combination can even reduce the size of current tumors by killing the cancer cells. And whereas Dr. Hill and his group are working to get funding to conduct a proof of principle clinical trial to determine if melatonin can block these tamoxifen-resistant pathways stimulated by daytime light in breast cancer patients. And whereas, in the meantime, Dr. Hill advises his patients to sleep in complete darkness and try to get a minimum of 8 hours of sleep. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the St. Tammany Parish Council and Parish President hereby recognize and express sincere appreciation to Dr. Stephen M. Hill for all of his work. Thank you, Dr. Hill.
I know you guys are busy, and I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I want to thank the Parish Council and President Brister for this wonderful honor. As scientists, we don't do this for the honor. We do this because we love science and because we want to help people. What I would say to you, the take-home message is light pollution at night, the pollution of light at night, is a serious, serious problem. My studies focus on breast cancer and how a little bit of light, a crack of light under the door, instead of a completely dark night, can actually turn down a person's response to drug therapy to treat their cancer, can completely make these tumor cells unresponsive so that they're growing like crazy. Light can do that through regulation of hormones in our body. I don't want to get into a lot of details about that, but this also relates to type 2 diabetes, which is an epidemic in our society. Light at night, people that work late night or work shift work have a huge increased risk for the development of type 2 diabetes. These are all interrelated phenomena. So I wish I could have presented a little bit of information before you voted on lighting districts, because personally, I would love to see all of those cut down by 2/3, not to affect safety of people, but to prevent light pollution at night. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your work. It's always good news to hear positive news on the cancer front. That's very good. All right, we're going to move into the regular agenda. And let me remind the public once again that what we're going to do now is move into our consent calendar. We're going to take the items that are on the agenda that are normal course of business that no one has concerns about, and we're going to approve those with one Globo vote. But what you'll hear us do next now is pull items from that consent calendar that we will actually specifically discuss. So I have been advised of several requests from my colleagues about the pulling items from the agenda. But before I do that, just a second, let me pause here and say that Deborah Levis, Todd, someone from Cross Gates Boulevard in Slidell, and Alan, someone from Maplewood Lane in Slidell, Rodney Holman. You guys have all submitted speaker cards but have not specified what you want to speak about. So I'm going to... Okay, well, we've got to keep this orderly. I'm going to hand these cards back to Dina, and if those 4 folks would get with Dina and just identify who you want to speak about, what you want to speak about. And Belinda Parker just put generally appeals. I need you to identify which appeal you want to speak about. So that seems to be the only ones that there's some confusion on. Confusion on our part, not your part. I know you're here and know exactly what you want to talk about. So as far as the consent calendar goes, then, I have 3 items under ordinances for introduction that we will be pulling and not approving all at once and discussing individually. First one is item number 6, ordinance calendar number 5238. The next one is item number 17, which is ordinance calendar number 5249. The next one is item number 19, which is ordinance calendar number 5251. And then we will move to items under resolutions. And we have several to pull off of the consent vote. The first one is the first one, number 1, Resolution C-4129. The next one is the second one, number 2, Resolution C-4130. The next one will be the third one, C-4132. Next is item number 4, which is C-4133. Next is item number 5, C-4134. Then, thankfully, we jump over to item number 14, which is Resolution C-4143. Next is item 15, which is C-4144. Then we'll move to item 21, which is C-4152. Next then will be item 22, C-4153. And the final one is the final one, the final resolution, 28, which is C-4159. Mr. Dean, do you have any other items to pull? Mr. Sharp? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Gould? Mr. Tanner? Mr. Groby? Mr. Canulet? Mr. Belisario? Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Stefanczyk? Mr. Bender? Mr. Artigue? Mr. Smith? Anything from the administration that we missed? Does anyone from the public have an item that I missed on the pull list? Okay, what we will do now is take one vote and approve everything else, and then we'll go through and speak on
So
each
moved.
item.
Adopt the consent calendar.
Before we take that motion, have my colleagues had an opportunity to review the minutes from the last meeting? Yes, and the regular meeting of the 10th and the June 30th? Good, then we'll have a motion then to accept the consent calendar by Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Mr. Smith. Please vote.
Mr. Stefanczyk? Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, did you pull number 20?
We just, let's see, number 20, no, we did not, Mr. Artigue.
We need to.
Resolution.
Resolution number 20. All right.
That's a concurrence.
Yeah, concurrent, sure is.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So, Mr. Stefanczyk, will you agree to amend your motion then to remove item number 20?
Yes.
All right, he's made the revised motion, seconded by Mr. Smith again. So let's revote on that item. Can you clear that, please, and we'll revote on the consent calendar. We will be voting now without item number 20. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
That's the consent calendar, yes. Okay, now we'll move then, the first item that was pulled is item number 6, under ordinances for introduction. Ordinance calendar number 5238, ordinance to establish a geographic information system district in St. Tammany Parish. Mr. Dean, what was the recommendation from the Agenda Review Committee?
I believe that administration wanted to postpone. Correct?
Well,
That's correct. We need to remove it from this month's agenda so that we can amend it and then reintroduce next month.
okay, so you want to remove. So a motion by Mr. Tanner then to remove, seconded by Mr. Sharp. Any discussion on the removal of this item? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Item number then 17, ordinance calendar number 5249, an ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 10,680 square feet from A4 to HC1, Ward 8, District 14. Did we have a recommendation from the Agenda Review Committee, Mr. Dean?
To refer to the full council, I believe that was Mr. Smith.
With no
for that.
recommendation, okay.
Yes, and
Mr.
I
Smith.
think a question that we had concerning that was satisfied, so we moved to adopt, introduce, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Motion to introduce by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Stefanczyk, so we don't vote on that, right? All right, we'll move then to item number 19, ordinance calendar number 5251. And for the public's information, when we're introducing an ordinance, it doesn't take a vote. It just takes a motion and a second, so that's why we didn't take a vote on that last one. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 5251, ordinance to amend the parish code regarding central water and community sewage requirements within unincorporated St. Tammany Parish. Mr. Dean, did you have a recommendation from the Agenda Review Committee?
It was to refer to the full council. I believe there was no recommendation, though.
All right, thank you. Mr. Gould, did you want to make a motion on this one?
Move to introduce.
Motion by Mr. Gould to introduce, seconded by Mr. Tanner. Thank you both. All right, that takes care of our ordinances for introduction. We'll move then to resolutions. The first one that we pulled is the first one under resolutions. Number 1, Resolution CS, number C-4129, resolution to create a charter review committee.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Gould. Is there any further discussion amongst, Mr. Gould, did you want to
No.
comment further? All right, I have one comment from the public, Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens. Ms. Stevens, please approach the podium, and remember you have 2 minutes.
Terry Lewis Stevens, 725 Dove Park Road. I would like to formally request that there be a member of CCST, which is a community activist group who's very concerned about what happens in the parish and has several members who are very well versed in the Home Rule Charter, to be added to that particular committee on behalf of an awful lot of people in the parish. So since I know that the committee is being formed and I know that members are being added on a regular basis, there are a couple of members from the public already, and as I say, I would like to formally request that you consider adding a member of CCST to that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Is there any further discussion on this item? Oh, I got it. I believe there's a request to amend this item, Madam President.
Yes, during the Agenda Review Committee, I'm sorry, I'm looking for my list real quickly, sorry. We had asked Bureau of Governmental Research if they would be one of the nominating entities. They declined. They don't enter into the nomination, but they will be of service. They will help us in any way that they can. So we asked that that name be removed, and we added, at Mr. Smith's request, the NAACP to that. We also added the East Leadership Alumni Association, and West Leadership Alumni Association, which makes a total of 11 members of that committee. That would be the amendment.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Powell?
Yes, Mr.
I
Tanner.
move to amend the resolution by adding those particular.
Second.
All right, there's a motion then to amend the resolution to add these items, seconded by Mr. Stefanczyk. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Not appearing then, let's please vote on the amendment. Yes, Mr. Bender.
Are there other opportunities for amendments? Have we determined, I guess my question is, in looking at this, and I understand who withdrew whatever, am I correct in that this is going to consist of 9 members?
No, there are 9 nominating entities. Those 9 nominators will nominate a total of 11 people. The council gets 2, the parish president gets 2, and these other entities get 1 appointment. These will not serve on the committee. These will nominate people to be on the committee.
I apologize.
That's all right.
I misread it. Okay, so any one of these entities could appoint, if they so desire, CCST.
Yes, sir, and any other group that they want.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any further discussion on the amendment? Madam President, okay, just wanted to make sure, I saw your light on, just want to make sure you didn't have any further comment. All right, then let's vote on the amendment. You need to clear, have we cleared it? Okay.
Ms. O'Brien? Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, I've just been handed another comment card for this item, so now that we're back to the underlying resolution, Mr. Weiner, would you like to approach the podium and make your comments? Remember, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last year, our business council has met with each and every one of you and have requested that that the home rule charter be reviewed. I'm glad to see this resolution on the agenda, and I urge you to support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. All right, are there any further comments or discussion, questions on this item? Anything from the administration? Mr. Tanner, did you want to make a comment? All right, that'll place a motion seconded by Mr. Bender as amended. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, we'll move to the next item, number 2, Resolution CS number C-4130, resolution to acknowledge and confirm the nominations to the Governor of Louisiana for the Levy District Board. We have 2 requests to speak on this. Ms. Deborah Burst, would you approach the podium and remember that you have 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens, you're the next one on this item.
Hi, this was brought up last week, and I'm just wondering if we have an update to that, what the criteria was. I think it's important for the public to understand what the criteria was established, documented for the selection of the members for this particular board, and if they will be paid when selected for this board, and how the members were selected. So if we could get a brief synopsis of that, that would be very helpful.
Madam President?
Yes. The criteria is citizens who wanted to be involved in this process that had some expertise either in engineering, project management, business, as long as they had some idea or some experience in having been on a board that deals with this type of business, which it is a business. Secondly, there will be no payment to any of these members. They serve as citizens, as a citizens committee. And I'm sorry, the third question? What?
Yeah, how
Oh,
they
and we are just the nominating group. We send these to the governor along with every resume, and the governor picks the appointments, as it is in state law. That's what state law says.
Thank you, Madam President. All right, are there, Ms. O'Brien, I apologize.
Okay, I was going to move to amend. I received a resume that was rather impressive, and unfortunately, it was sent to me very, very late in this process. Mr. Roy Giangrosso.
I have that on my amendment, Ms.
Okay.
O'Brien, if you will let me
Okay,
add
great.
the
If you
numbers.
want to move
That would
forward
be
then with your amendment. Madam
Yes.
President.
We have received names later than the deadline, and we certainly do not want to eliminate anyone that has some expertise and wants to be on this board. So we now, we want to ask that John Lopez name be removed. He's asked that because he wants to be involved, but not as a member of, not be considered as a member of board. Stephen Philippi, Mayor Getz is appointing or is nominating him to the governor, so that would be a duplicate. So we will take his name off our resolution. We would like to add Brian Mistich, Gerald Brantley, and Roy Giangrosso. Giangrosso. So we have all those resumes, and we will be sending those to the governor. If you would like for me to read everyone on that list, I can, just to get that
Sure,
on the
yeah,
record.
yeah.
Reichert Toledano, Lou Sandos, Garen Narcisse, Dr. Andrew Englade, Brian Mistich, Gerald Brantley, and Ray Giangrosso. Sorry, I can't read my own writing. So, thank you. Those are the names that we will be sending up with resumes to the governor.
All right, is there a motion then to amend this resolution?
Excuse me, can I just ask for a point of clarification?
No. Is there a motion for, motion?
You can call me and I can answer any of your questions.
Yeah, look, Ms. Stevens, I don't want to be rude.
No, it's just a public, she said she said they volunteered when in fact they were appointed, I believe. Weren't they appointed
No,
here?
they have to
be
volunteer
nominated.
first. And then
People
nominate.
volunteered to you to be
They did, to me, council members from the public, we got them from all
Let me ask you to do this.
I'll volunteer, I'll send you my resume.
Let me ask you to just coordinate with Dina, and we can have a full discussion about this outside of this chamber.
But you're going to vote on it right now, it'll be done.
We are absolutely, yes, that's true. But
That's a problem.
Well, no, that's not a problem.
Yeah, because we brought it up last week at the agenda review meeting.
We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Tanner, a second by Mr. Gould. Is there any further discussion on the amendment to this item?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question, not related to anything other than for my information. There was a gentleman that I thought would be a good candidate, but he tends to be out of town sometimes 3 weeks at a time and overseas where I can't get in touch with him. Does that mean that he would have no opportunity after tonight?
No, no opportunity to be sent to the governor after tonight.
Okay.
But let me say, these will be all public meetings.
Yeah.
There will be advisory groups, there will be subcommittees that do not have to be members of this committee.
Right.
So anyone that really has an interest to be involved in this would be welcome.
Yeah,
Just
and I
not
mean,
as a member of this board particularly.
Right, and I don't want to hold the process up. I mean, it's not our fault.
Well,
that he's out
we're
of the
kind of
country.
getting
Sure.
to
Yeah,
the point that we
absolutely.
have.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't Tommy Thompson on there?
Tommy Thompson was appointed or nominated by Senator Jack Donahue.
Oh, okay.
So he is appointed.
Okay. I didn't see the name.
Got it.
Are
Thank you, Mr.
nominated.
Ortiz. Okay, we're ready to move forward. I believe we've discussed this item. No further comments. Please vote on the amendment. This is for the amendment.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Now I'll need a motion and a second on the amended underlying resolution. Is there a motion? Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion on the underlying motion? as amended? Not appearing, then please vote.
Mr. Gould? Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The next item will be item number 3, Resolution CS number C-4132, resolution to acknowledge and confirm the administration appointments of Chief Administrative Officer and Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. Motion by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Motion on the floor. Madam President, do you want to make comments?
Other than the fact that I appreciate your consideration, I think you all know of the work ethic of Gina Campo and Trilby Linfant and what they've done in their previous positions. And I am very happy that they are willing to take on these roles to move us forward. So thank you very much to them and to you for considering this.
Great, thank you. I have one public comment. Ms. Stevens, you have 2 minutes.
I know that per the Home Rule Charter, there are educational and experience requirements for these particular positions, and they're very well-paid positions. Were the resumes, all due respect, were your resumes published or somewhere that the public could verify that particular information, and/or were other resumes considered outside of the parish to fill those positions prior to these appointments within the administration?
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Stevens. We appreciate that. Is there any further discussion on this item?
No? There's no answer to the question, though?
You have 2 minutes to make any comment that you wish to make, Ms. Stevens.
But that's my comment. I'm wondering whether those resumes were posted or whether or not there were other resumes considered outside of the
I will
parish.
suggest then that you make an appointment with one of our staff members up here, and you have the opportunity to have that question answered.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Stefancic.
Yep, I think that, I'm going to say this, I'm parliamentarian of this group, so I'll take the heat for what I'm getting ready to say. When you walk up to that podium, address the chair. If he chooses to answer you, he will. You cannot engage our staff in words back and forth. That's not going to happen, and I'm tired of seeing it happen up here, and I've told Mr. Falconer it's got to stop. This organization has to run a little more correctly as an organization. So I'm going to do that, and anybody who steps up there and starts questioning staff, they can ask the chairman a question. If he can answer it, he can answer it. If not, he can direct you how to find an answer to it. But other than that, you're not to engage with back and forth communications here, especially with staff. They work for the parish. They're not the elected people that we are, and we're the ones that should be addressing anything that you have. In most cases, you should be able to address it directly with your councilman prior to coming to this meeting, if you have some concerns or want to know some answers. And that's the best way to do it. But during this meeting, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to tell you, as parliamentarian, it's time to stop it. You cannot let and continue to let our staff be utilized this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefancic. Is there any further discussion on this item? We have a motion and a second on the floor. You don't have it? I believe Mr. Gould made the motion and Mr. Thompson seconded. No further discussion, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The next one that we have pulled is item number 4, Resolution CS number C-4133, resolution to acknowledge the authority of the parish president to execute an amended and restated cooperative endeavor agreement with Colonial Pinnacle Nord-Lac, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean, this is in your district, but you were also chair of the Gender Review Committee, so what was the recommendation over there? And I'll turn the floor to you.
Mr. Belisario had a question about it, and we discussed it, and the Agenda Review Committee suggested we refer to the full council, I believe with the recommendation to pass, correct?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, he's correct. I had questioned some things, and things were the way they had to be.
So before I take your motion then, let me move to public comment. Ms. Stevens, I believe you've signed for this one as well.
Mr. Falconer, CEAs are of particular concern to me because one happened in my neighborhood recently. There are some issues with it. They always involve money or conditions or ad valorem taxes, as I believe this one might. It would be nice to know, for the public to understand, to have a summary of what this particular CEA will enable Pinnacle Nordelac to continue doing so that they understand that there are financial ramifications to any and all CEAs. I'd also like to know what the sanctions may be for violations of whatever comes forth in those CEAs, because, for example, the CEA in my neighborhood's been violated 8 times already, and there are no sanctions financially by the parish, by the sheriff's office, or any other body. There are no checks and balances, it seems, for CEAs, and that is very concerning to me as a taxpayer. So in this particular case, if this means ad valorem taxes will be assessed to any new part of this development, I think it's important for the taxpayers, the people at home watching, the people here watching, it's just good for people to know what these CEAs entail because it's money out of our pockets. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Mr. Falconer.
Mr. Dean.
I'd like to address this, and then maybe if I could ask, because I think I'm speaking correctly here, it's my understanding that we are, that, first of all, that the CEA here is on record, correct? And so it was voted on a couple of years ago, a few years ago. All this amendment is changing from Colonial Pinnacle, the existing company, to a new company. Is that correct? And would you mind if I ask Ms. Rabelais, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
All right.
That's correct, Councilman Dean. And if you notice in your resolution, there are 2 specific roles for the need to amend the CEA. One is to change the entity because luckily the site is being bought out and will be well on its way, hopefully, to new development. But the second is to reestablish performance guidelines. As we know, it's been sitting at a standstill, as well as the request for the drawdown of the revenue for the tax increment financing.
Okay. And as the representative for that area, I am very encouraged about this. We've been waiting on it for a long time. I've had several emails from some of my constituents saying what is going on with this development. It's been stagnant for a good while, especially the nicer portion that was supposed to be much nicer. So I believe this is a real encouraging thing. So with that, I'd like to make a motion.
Please. So we've got a motion by Mr. Dean to approve the Resolution C-4133, seconded by Mr. Gould. Is there any further discussion on this item? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, we'll move to number 5, Resolution CS number C-4134, resolution to acknowledge the authority of the parish president to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city of Mandeville, Ward 4, Districts 5, 7, and 10. I have 2 cards here. The first one will be Mr. Carlo Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez, remember, be reminded you have 2 minutes.
Okay, assuming the second is Ms. Stevens. Okay. I remember in, Mr. Falcon, I know you were not here for the Agenda Review Committee, and I made several comments. I'm not exactly sure. She's shaking her head. Yes, she does remember. Okay. My comments were that the districts identified in here were 5, 7, and 10, whereas as far as I know, all of the roadway is within District 7. And the reason possibly for District 5 being identified, 1088 splits right there between 5 and 7, whether there was going to be a roundabout there at the new roadway, and then District 5 would certainly come into play at that point. And I was just questioning at the Agenda Review Committee whether that was the case, whether we know that a roundabout is proposed at this location, and that is why I would suspect that a roundabout will be suggested by the state at the location here and at 190 also, the other end of it. And so I'm assuming that that may be the case, and that's why at least 5. I don't know why 10 is listed in here, because I don't believe District 10 comes into play at this point, and that's what I was questioning. The other thing I wanted to have, too, was the fact that the cost would hopefully include lighting for this area. I was chastised for not bringing up lighting earlier under your first two resolutions, but in any case, I would hope that that is the case for this, that this is all within one lighting district, and that lighting will be entailed with this. And I also hope that the bicycles will be permitted to be included as part of any kind of improvements within this 1088 and 190.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. All right, we'll then move back to Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens. Ms. Stevens.
Again, this particular issue was brought up last week at the agenda review meeting, and what I had hoped to see and don't know that has been presented yet was a budget. Because if we're talking about a bypass, those can be calculated. Engineering preliminary budgets can be created, as you know, Mr. Falconer, so that we know if Mandeville's putting in $2.5 million, how much the parish is going to put in. Because right now, if you agree to get into a cooperative endeavor agreement, you're saying, we'll take your $2.5 million, Mandeville, and we're not going to say how much the parish is on the hook for, when you could have a preliminary budget for that in place right now before you sign or execute a CEA agreeing to this roadway. And I think it's important for the taxpayers to understand what they're getting into if they agree, and if you agree, to put a bypass road in that some say we need and some say we don't. So it would be nice to have a preliminary budget or some sort of numbers associated with the CEA before you enter into it, instead of us never knowing what they consist of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Is there any further discussion on this item? Say again? Did you have, I can't see your light there, Madam President.
The only thing that,
Did you guys move that stack of?
Gina's
Sorry,
there.
Gina, move your stack over.
The question that Carlo asked, and asked why District 10 was in there, it's because of the benefit to all of those districts and how it's affected. It does not mean that it directly touches that, but it certainly does affect that. And we certainly will not have a budget at this point in time. We don't know the route yet. We still have to acquire property to get to that point. So we're not there yet. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Madam President. Is there a motion by Mr. Tanner, then seconded by Mr. Sharp, to adopt Resolution CSC-4134? Is there any further discussion on this item? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, the next item on my list, I believe, is item number 14, Resolution CS number C-4143, resolution to acknowledge the authority of the parish president to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with Parish Gravity Drainage District number 5, Ward 3, Districts 2 and 5. I have two comment cards. First is Alex Perigine. Mr. Perigine.
Thank you,
Remember,
Mr.
you have
Falconer.
2 minutes.
Honorable councilpersons, I wanted to speak because I represent some clients who collectively sold 3 tracts of land to the parish in 2009 for the purpose of constructing a 4-lane extension of Emerald Forest Boulevard. My clients would be landlocked without Emerald Forest Boulevard being extended after their sale to the parish. I understand the parish needs change. I understand that the parish needs drainage. I understand that it also needs roads. And we don't have any objection to the parish and the Gravity Drainage District working together. I want to commend the parish council. I want to commend the staff and the legal and engineering departments for getting together with me and making it clear that the road would be on the south side of the right-of-way, the drainage would be on the north side of the right-of-way, and the road would be probably a 2-lane road, not a 4-lane road. We're fine with that. We won't be landlocked as long as the drainage is on the north and the road is at grade level on the south. We can tie in on the south. I support the cooperative endeavor agreement and the efforts of staff and the parish council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perigine. The next comment would be by Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens again. Ms. Stevens. No. You finished? Okay, great. Thank you. All right, is there any further I need a motion on this one, Mr. Gould.
I'll move on that.
There's a motion by Mr. Gould and a second by Mr. Stefancic.
Mr.
I'm sorry, did you have something you wanted to say?
Mr. Falconer?
Oh, okay.
I
Yes,
need-
Mr. Gould.
I have a few comments about this.
Please.
The agreement tasked Gravity Drainage District 5 with the design of drainage improvements and realignment of the proposed Emerald Forest Boulevard extension to Hellenberg Road. Half the right-of-way, as Mr. Perigine indicated, would be used for the roadway, and the northern half will be used for regional detention. It'll entail an expansion of Crestwoods Pond and the linear ponds that run along the southern side of Tammany Hills, which is going to make a major improvement for those people because they, from time to time, deal with some serious street flooding. Construction of Emerald Forest Extension in conjunction with the extension of Falconer Boulevard to Harrison Avenue was proposed during the 2003 election. Both roads were targeted for improvement of traffic flow on Highway 190 and would improve interconnectivity within the Tammany Hills-Hellenberg area. It was placed on the 10-year infrastructure plan in 2005. The original plan for Emerald Forest Boulevard called for it to connect to Highway 59. Because of the lapse of time, houses have been constructed on the eastern side of Hellenberg Road, and that possibility is no longer possible. Parish officials secured a 120-foot right-of-way from Falconer to 11th Street, which is right at the northern end of Hellenberg Road, and commissioned the design of a 4-lane boulevard. As we know, we've decided that 2 lanes will be sufficient since it's only going to be connected to Hellenberg. We have a core permit. Construction was actually supposed to begin in late 2009 and was delayed due to the downturn in the economy and the looming loan from the Katrina FEMA situation. Funding is coming from the capital surplus, district's capital surplus, and the Brister administration. Well, I want to thank you very much for stepping up and getting on board with me here. Councilman Sharp will provide funding for the fence for the district's from his district's capital fund, and I appreciate that because that's one of the requirements. This project will have a positive impact on several council districts. I know the people living in the Hellenberg corridor have waited a long time for this road to be built. The drainage district expects to have the plans in hand ready to bid by February. They're going to be very aggressive. A lot of the work has already been done by the commission. So I appreciate that, and with that, I'll call the question.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gould. So we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? The question has been requested. We're not going to vote. We're just going to go right into vote. So
Thank you.
Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
That moves us to item number 15, which we've pulled. Item number CS number C-4144, resolution to acknowledge the authority of the parish president to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with Parish Drainage District Number 2, District 13.
So moved.
Mr. Artigue, motion by Mr. Artigue, seconded by Mr. Bender. Any further discussion on this item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Mr. Gould. Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, we added item number 20, resolution CS number C-4151, resolution to concur, not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of .33 acres located at Rosaline Street, Robert Park subdivision from Parish A4 to Slidell C2, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Artigue.
Move to concur.
Motion to concur, seconded by Mr. Smith. Any further discussion on the motion to concur? Anything from the administration? No public requests? Okay. None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Item number 21 is the next one I have, Resolution CS number C-4152, resolution to concur or not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of 6.458 acres located at Ben Thomas Road from Parish I-2 Industrial to Slidell M2 Light Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith, before I go to you, Mr. Dean, what was the recommendation of the Agenda Review Committee?
Mr. Smith asked to pull the item, and he also, and the agenda review recommended removal per his request.
Great. Mr. Smith, you want to make that motion
Yes.
to remove this item? Very well. There's a motion by Mr. Smith to remove, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, then please vote.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, Mr.
TJ, is this where the track is going?
Pardon me?
This is the, there's two of them on here. Is this where the track is going?
Yes.
One of these
there's
is
two
the track
pieces.
and the other one's the building,
Yeah, there's
right?
two pieces involved here, and I
So
think the
the top is the
recommendation.
track?
Yeah, the one that involved the 6.45 acres is the one that's being removed. So what we really need to do is to amend.
I thought it was on Stone Road.
No, the 6.458 is on Ben Thomas.
Okay.
Okay. And the 2.29797 is on Stone Road. So they have, the petitioner has already requested to remove the 6.458 acres from their request to the City of Slidell. And that was verified by our staff that they did that. So until that's come back from the City of Slidell with that change in it, we want to take this action at this time.
And I'm supporting that. I mean, you know, we met with them, we met with them and we talked to Textron. They don't need sewage and water on, and I thought it was the other piece of property. That was the only reason why I was questioning what was going on. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanczyk. I believe that then clarifies the discussion, so let's go ahead and proceed with the vote.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Thompson? Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, that brings us then to item number 22, Resolution CS number C-4153, resolution to concur or not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of 3.8015 acres from Parish I-2 Industrial to Slidell M2 Light Industrial located at 261 Stone Road, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Dean, did the Agenda Review Committee have a recommendation on this?
No, they didn't.
They did not? Then I'll go to Mr. Smith.
Yeah, we move to adopt. I'm sorry, to
concur?
concur.
All right, Mr. Smith's made the motion to concur, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
The final item on the consent calendar then would be item number 28, Resolution CS number C-4159, resolution to concur or not concur with the City of Slidell annexation and rezoning of 1.5 acres located at 2002 Faith Drive from Parish A4 Single Family to Slidell A8 High Density Urban. I have a note here that, Mr. Savant, you wish to address this item.
You do?
Item
I do now. Yes, Mr. Falconer, as I mentioned in the agenda review, if it is the will of the council to concur, adopt this resolution concurring with the annexation, I would recommend that the resolution be amended to specifically rescind the prior resolution that was adopted not to concur, along with the adoption of this resolution to concur. Again, Mr. Bender, assuming that's what you intend to propose to the council. Because if you recall, pending additional information about the proposed annexation, the council, because of time restraints, had to adopt a resolution at the July 10th meeting, not concurring with the annexation, but with the express stipulation that it will be reconsidered at tonight's meeting.
Yes, correct, thank you.
So, Mr. Bender, would you like to make a motion on that item?
Yes, sir, because Mr. Chairman, for you and the rest of the council, I did speak with Planning Department with the city of Slidell. I did get proper understanding of what's in play here, and it's a church. Simply, everything is A8 in that church property. So it's going to be used for a pastor's home. High density without an explanation sent off an alarm bell in my head. So I'll make a motion to rescind the non-concurrence from last month.
Well, hold on, Mr. Savant, is that in line with what your recommendation was? Because I understood you say that you wanted to amend the previous, amend this motion with that rescission. So you
Yes,
wanna do
sir.
a second amendment?
If Mr.
a second
Bender, what I think
motion.
Mr. Bender is saying is that he would like the council to consider adoption of a resolution concurring with the annexation, proposed annexation, and rescinding Resolution C-4116, adopted July 10th, 2014.
Okay, so we'll do it then together, Jerry. Is that square?
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Okay, that's a motion by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Canulat. And understand that this motion together will rescind the previous resolution, and we'll adopt this resolution of concurrence. Is that
Concurrence, correct.
Yeah,
Thank you.
concurrence. Is there any further discussion on that item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
All right, that concludes our consent portion of the calendar, both ordinances for introduction and resolutions. We'll move then to appeals. Appeal number 1 is Antonia Polizzi, Rodney Holman, and Cynthia McDonald et al. Appealing the Zoning Commission approval on June 3rd, 2014 to rezone 4.46 acres located north of Herwig Bluff Road, east of Military Road, from A4 Single Family Residential District to AT1 Animal Training Housing District, Ward 8, District 9. And if you'll stand by 1 second, I'll get our cards together. Remember, we'll have in this procedure, we'll have 5 minutes of proponents, 5 minutes of opponents, and then 2 minutes of rebuttal for each side. Mr. Toledano, it looks like there are 2 other folks that want to speak on this. I know you represent the...
I think they might yield to me, Mr. Falconer, but I'll certainly let them be the final judge of that.
Great. Why don't you proceed? You'll have 5 minutes to...
Let me allow your councilman to get a copy of the handout.
Appellant. He's this one.
Mr. Falconer, for your record, I'm Riker Toledano. I represent the appellants in this matter, and thank you for allowing us to be here. I should first say I'm lucky to be here because I thought my grandchild was going to be born tonight, but graciously she has deferred. And the other thing is, I heard the nominations tonight from Ms. Brister, and I want to thank the council at this time and Ms. Brister for including me in the nominees for your levy board, and it'll certainly be a pleasure to serve if that so happens. But I'm here on a very serious matter, and my presentation to you really is in 2 parts. And let me just say for the record, what I'm formally asking you to do tonight first is to table this particular case. It needs more study, and it certainly needs more work, and there is an effort afoot, and the people that I represent have indicated a willingness to try to reach a compromise with Ms. Guidry. But let me try to give you some perspective of where we are on this. I represent an area in the vicinity of the Bluffs in Slidell, a beautiful, beautiful area adjacent to the Pearl River, with certainly $1 million and multi-million-dollar homes, some very historical homes. It is at the end of the Bluffs Road, which is essentially a dead-end, very small corridor, if you will, working in the direction of the Pearl River. That area has always been residential, and certainly within your comprehensive plan was intended to be residential. The application that Ms. Guidry has made is for it to be an AT1 training center. I read to you what your ordinance says with regard to these type of facilities. The purpose of this district is to provide the location for a large-scale animal-related function. Among the permitted uses are commercial stables and commercial kennels. Now, picture yourself with someone saying, we are going to put a zoning district in front of you that is allowable for commercial kennels. As we speak tonight, you only have 3 districts, AT1 districts, in your whole parish. They are very much in the mode of, perhaps in Mr. Thompson's district or in one in the Lacombe district, very large, spacious areas. They do conform with the purpose of your ordinance. This property does not. As it comes to you, it's 4-point-some-odd acres. We're told they would be willing to downsize it to 2.1 acres. But I respectfully suggest to you, it's not just about the size of the property, but it's rather about the use. And the use in this particular case is inappropriate. And I'd submit to you that the compelling reason to table this is for the fact that it perhaps could be solved with the people working amongst themselves. I have only been engaged about 8 days in this, so in fairness to my clients, we have not had a chance to create the dialogue. But it's apparent to me, that to Mr. Belisaro's credit, that at some point in time, he realized that this AT1 district is just way too big to put at the end of the Hurwitz Bluff Road, because he has been working diligently on creating an A2 district. Now, that A2 district would be certainly a downsize from what this would do. As I appreciate the facts of this case, there's absolutely no sense of rushing to judgment in this case. And that's one of the reasons why I'm asking you to table it. There's no pending sales. There's no big project that's going to start tomorrow. There's nothing that says that a 30-day holdover to allow people to work amongst themselves before it gets dropped into your lap as a matter of last resort is inappropriate. This case, in our view, as it's designed, i.e. comparing AT1 to whether it fits in this district, is just absolutely wrong. This area, Ms. Guidry, who I gather is here, wrote a very nice piece saying what she wanted to do in this district. And certainly it's commendable. She writes that she is going to provide riding lessons, therapeutic riding lessons for disabled people and other related activities. Now, pre-demit, I'm not sure what related activities is, but that's her intention. And that's a very commendable and wonderful intention. But you and I know you, as a body government, do not decide these cases on what that person's stated intention is. She goes on to say, I am not building a commercial development as stated by the opposers and cannot negatively affect property value because I am changing the zoning on paper. Well, unfortunately, that's a completely incorrect statement. She is allowing and asking that her property be zoned in such a fashion for a commercial development. And she is changing it on the paper, which does have an impact on her property. The uses, commercial stables, commercial kennels. That is a commercial zone within maybe the confines of an area where there are residential, but it is in fact a commercial zone. We implore you to please table this motion tonight. In the event that you are so non-inclined, which I would hope would not be the case, then in its present form, I'm asking you to turn it down and send this back. That would allow Mr. Belisaro's
You're now
Plan-
into your appeal, I mean, your,
I know what you're going to say, rebuttal.
I know,
Thank you very
rebuttal,
much.
thank you. I
Yeah,
just drew
and
a-
I'm going to.
had a senior moment
I'm going
there.
to take 20 seconds on my rebuttal. This would allow Mr. Bellicero to get to you a zoning ordinance that would at least be arguably applicable to this area. This is absolutely not. But it would allow the AT2, which he's been working diligently on, to do this. So again, if you will, and thank you for your time, please table this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I would appreciate it on behalf of many, many people that I represent. And I think from there, we could reach a solution. Thank you very much.
thank you, Mr. Toledano. Mr. Parliamentarian, Mr. Stefanczyk, how much time is remaining in Mr. Toledano's rebuttal time?
1 minute and 31 seconds.
31 seconds, thank you. I've got several cards up here that are kind of not really indicative of, but, you know, this is an appeal, so normally what we do is then go to the what would be the applicant, so the representative of the other side of the appeal itself. So is there a representative of the applicant present? Yes, sir. Would you identify yourself with your name and address, please, sir?
Good evening. My name is Alan Bocadre. I'm Tori Guidry's father. The reason she asked me to speak for her tonight because the process she went through during the planning thing took a kind of emotional toll on her, and it was very difficult for her to stay with the conversation. I did put something together. I'd like to read it so I don't have to spend a bunch of time. Tori and her family have lived on that property for 4 years and have made significant improvements. They've cleared the land, they've dug 2 ponds, constructed an 8-stall barn, and a magnificent pool. All required permits were obtained. Several farm animals reside on the property and have been there for 4 years. Never has there been a complaint from the neighbors. On numerous occasions, local residents would stop by and ask if Tori would provide local riding lessons, including homeowners from the Bluffs and Crossgates. Tori went to the permit department to obtain a permit to provide riding lessons on her property. She was then informed that St. Tammany Parish no longer issues special use or conditional use permits. She was told she would need to rezone the portion of the property that would be used for that purpose from its current A4 to A1 total. The size of that property totally is 6.56 acres, just for reference point on that. She was told she would need Councilman Gene Bellisario's approval before any further action could be taken. Tori met with Mr. Bellisario, and together they met with Helen Lambert, Assistant Zoning Director, and a staff member. They agreed the proposed zoning would not cause any diminutive problems for any surrounding areas. Tori received the support of Mr. Bellisario, paid the required fees, and applied for the rezoning. The initial portion to rezone was 4.46 acres to allow for riding lessons, therapeutic equine therapy for the disabled, and related activity with farm animals. At the June 2014 Zoning Commission meeting, the Commission was presented with a staff recommendation to approve rezone to AT1 as written in the zoning code. After a lot of what-ifs, the only objection by the opposition was they wanted deed restrictions placed on her property for the word commercial kennels, with the emphasis on the word commercial. My daughter reluctantly at that meeting agreed, but she could not. She also stated that these people would not accept any form of a compromise with her, no matter what she would agree to. At that point, that is when she became upset. She rescinded her offer for the deed restriction. A vote was immediately called for by the Planning Commission. The vote was 9-1 to approve the rezoning quest to AT1. Since that night, Mr. Bellisario, and I commend you, sir, for your effort. We've met many times. Mr. Bellisario has worked diligently trying to come over to compromise, not because I think, and I'm not speaking for him, not because he wants to change what's there. He's trying to get the two parties to come to compromise just to get along as neighbors. Because I truly believe everybody in the parish has said her property qualifies as it is to do what she wants to do. She could have all the animals in the world on it right now, and nobody can do anything. And that's not a threat, it's just a real world. They've been told that at the Planning Commission. She agreed that per Mr. Bellisario's compromise proposal, she agreed that she would reduce it from 4.46 acres, excuse me, to 2.152. My daughter fully accepts that compromise and will agree 100%. So just want to reiterate at this time, my daughter received full support from Councilman Belisario. She received staff support and approval. She also received a 9-1 vote from the Parish Zoning and Planning Commission. We're asking you just the opposite. Please give her a chance to utilize and let her dreams come true. She's a full-time worker. She has her own business in New Orleans. Her husband has a company. This is not for a commercial business. This is just to help people, and there are people here tonight in wheelchairs that would like an opportunity to do this. It's just common sense. We're not asking for commercial anything, and it will never be a commercial endeavor. She's just going to help people, and it's a passion and it's a hobby. For her to even remotely apply for her certificate with these training academies, she has to have a place to be able to do it. Otherwise, she would be investing a lot of money. Saddles alone are like $5,000 in order to do this. So we ask that you concur with your staff and the commission's approval and approve the zoning change as we're requesting. Thank you for your time. We reserve all rebuttal time, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bocadre. How much time does he have left, Mr. Stefanczyk?
35 seconds.
All right, is there anyone else that wishes to take the remaining 35 seconds and speak in favor of the issue? Yeah, Mike, could you help us with the handheld mic? That's okay. Just state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm just here to attest to the fact that you're looking at someone who this noble endeavor would help, because animals are very therapeutic for those who are disabled, whether through coping mechanisms, healing, and all sorts of things. So I really believe in the best and good intentions of what this will do. So you're just looking at an example of someone who it would help. Thank you.
Could you give us your name and address for the record?
I apologize. I'm Todd Bocadre. I'm actually Alan's nephew, and I was disabled. I walked until I was 15, and I became disabled then. I live at 252 Cross Gates, Slidell.
Thank you.
That's it.
I apologize. I'm hard of hearing.
Oh, that's all right. You did good. Thank you for
Oh,
your
thank you.
participation. A lot of beeping going on. All right, that, I presume, Mr. Stefanczyk, that exhausts the
Yes, it
that
does.
side of the discussion. So I believe, Mr. Toledano, you have a minute and a half left, and there are several people that have requested time to speak, so we have a minute and a half for those folks. However you want to handle it.
As Todd just said, there's no dispute about the fact that Ms. Guidry's intention in helping people is good. But we have to realize that that cannot possibly be the standard by which you judge this case. It is, by definition, in your own code, a commercial zone, i.e., again, a dog kennel can be put on that property. Mr. and Mrs. Guidry could sell it tomorrow if it was zoned AT1, and the next person could put a dog kennel there. Now, and this is the difficulty we all have in these cases, and I've represented public bodies like you for many years also, because the purpose is a good one, the intention, no doubt, is a good one, but the principle that you are guiding yourself by has to say to Todd and Ms. Guidry, we can't decide the case on that basis. So then I came to you and I said, please consider tabling this tonight, because it is an issue that has emotions. We saw some of that. It is an issue that's important to all the people, the many hundred that I represent, and the people that represented by Ms. Guidry. Give us a chance to work on this. Please table it tonight, because perhaps we can customize this to serve the need of all parties.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Tolman.
much.
Mr. Bocadre, you have 2 full minutes remaining in your rebuttal time.
I understand the concept of tabling it is to buy time. But the real position here is this has been a very long process. Your representative, Mr. Belisario, has supported it and has worked very, very, very hard. This gentleman has come on board in the last 8 days because he's come on board in the last 8 days, whereas they've been since day one. I guess what I'm trying to say is, this is why Tori got frustrated the last time, because she did everything she was allowed to do and what the system allowed her to do, and she's doing everything correct, and she can do a lot with that property without this. So all we're saying is just give her the chance. They're a very young couple, and that property's going to probably be with them when most of us are long and gone. And I know that's just my opinion, because that's their love and that's their passion. The pool alone on the property is an 80,000-gallon pool. I believe it's the second largest in St. Tammany Parish. She just wants to live there and build her dream house and do her activities that will help other people if she's allowed. She's already got horses. It's already got a riding arena on it. She could add more horses without coming here. She could have parties with thousands of people without coming here. We're just asking you to please vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bocadre. Is there any time remaining in the rebuttal period, Mr. Stefanski?
45 seconds.
All right, does anyone else wish to speak on Mr.?
I would like you to go with the 2 minutes. Thank you.
State your name.
Good evening. My name's Arthur Polo. I live in Cross Gates. I'm also the Cross Gates HOA president. I'm not here to speak as a HOA president tonight. I'm here to speak as a resident. I was presented with a petition to sign back in June, I guess it was, May or June. And I got concerned. I wanted to find out what it was about, so I went and looked at the property. The property has been vastly improved. I think we're kind of forgetting what Slidell used to be, and this is part of what Slidell used to be, what people used to come over here for. In Mandeville, Covington, Folsom, there's horse ranches, there's animal ranches, next to million-dollar homes. If people maintain their property and do the right thing, I think this could be an advantage to Slidell. It could provide a service for children. There's no ballpark in Cross Gates subdivision, 855 homes, no place to throw a baseball. The Bluffs, no place to throw football. This is property where kids can run, have fun, play, interact with animals, and have a good life. So I'm in favor of it. I hope you will vote with the zoning board, who went out, I'm sure, and looked at this property and felt confident that the change is in order. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Polo. I appreciate it. And that will conclude the public hearing portion of our discussion here today.
Mr. Faulkner, may I just simply file as a matter of record the opposition petition of members in the community as well as...
Just hand it to the staff over here, Mr. Toledano. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mr. Stefanski, you have your light on. That's for the timer.
Yeah, I have a question, since maybe I did have my light on. I was doing the timing, but I'm curious, this...
that was not meant to encourage you to come up with a question.
Well, the therapeutic riding, some of this was conducted in my district a few years back, and I'm not sure whether it was the same people or whether it was somewhere else. I thought it was from Pearl River, and they had to come down to work with some people in my district to be able to get to do that. I know that I received several calls at that time for people who were very, very happy that we allowed that to happen, and the therapeutic riding part of that is very good, and certainly I support that from a standpoint of just, helping the people who have, helping people cope with their everyday life that have disabilities, so.
Mr. Belisario.
Mr. Chair, I have worked in this case for several months, probably close to 4. I met the petitioner after the staff referred her to me to look at this particular project. I called a meeting with Ellen Lambert, and I had Kay Copano sit in, and I was given instructions from Helen Lambert what paperwork she wanted to sit down and discuss this case. Tori Guidry prepared the paperwork, brought it in, we reviewed the case, and Helen told her to fill out the application, send her a check in, and she was then going to refer it and go through the process to make a determination. What I said to her, I says, let's wait to see what comes off of this staff report. When the staff report came through, it was a total positive staff report. And I've teased with the various council members and with Sidney Fonso today. When Helen Lambert does a review, she does a review. She scrutinizes everything. When she came through with the approval, because I've had a couple cases where she came through with a denial that I thought was going to be the support. I consider her decision to be the gold standard. And that's one of the reasons I have not backed off of it. One thing I learned, and reason why I changed the size of the property, when we spoke with Helen, Tori and I, and took the 6.5 acres and scaled it back, we presumed, and nobody asked a question either way of the four people, we thought that the pasture land on the west side of the property, which was north of 3 acres, had to be a part of the AT1. And when people started to complain after the zoning commission meeting to me about the case, I started looking into it. Found out when we did that, Helen went on the basis that that 3+ acre piece was going to be where commercial horses were going to be. And that was not the intent. So once I determined that, I got with Tori, I said, wait a second. When you look at your property on the east side, you have a stretch that you had as the area where your horses went as part of the pasture until she built the stables and then cleared and grew the grass on the western side. I kept listening to the concerns of the people on the commercial kennels, the commercial stables, and in working with Helen, things surfaced to me. Number one, the commercial kennels, if the property would be restricted to whereby you only set it for commercial stables, there's no way there could ever be a commercial kennel. So when I sat down with Tori, I said, let's look at this from that aspect. And so what I had her do is look at the paperwork on that. We walked her property over a week ago, and we sectioned off the east, she calls a paddock, to me it's the pasture land, which goes right back to the existing stables that were built there, which you go through the stables, and you see the circular riding ring that she has to teach people. To the left is the arena. The way it was designed, there is no excess land to put another building. And when I have dealt with the opposition, the ones who have talked to me, I had, and I'll read from my notes, I had 2 community meetings, one in June and one in July. I had 3 of the opposition people in my dining room to review the case, looked at various options, and when the case was tabled for the July 10th meeting, it was for 2 reasons. Number one, I agreed with the 3 opponents on June 26th. Let me try and work this to see if I can do something better. And then almost a week later, I found out that Alan, who spoke up here, was getting married the day after the council meeting, and they were having a dinner party that Thursday night. So I figured to myself, I'm helping both sides with this tabling. Since then, when I had my July meeting, all I'm hearing is, what if this, what if that? Is there a benefit? To me, when I look at the AT1, when Mr. Toledano presented the map of the AT1, he failed to reference a 25-acre AT1 property in my district. It's in Pearl Acres, it's the Lewis Stables, it's been there since almost time began. That exists. There are never any complaints. It was in Chris's district. It's now in my district. 0 complaints. and there's animals everywhere. They cross the roads. And what we're looking here, if I would have known and Tori would have known from the beginning, we would not have started with 4.46. We would have gone with 2.15. There is another AT1 right outside of my district in TJ Smith. And one of the concerns was the proliferation of commercial related to this type of zoning classification. They showed me pages from that business, which we found were two businesses on the same piece of property. And I turned that information into them because they kept saying, this is the real reason you're doing this. You're helping her to do this. And I said, no, I'm not. I took the information, sent it in to staff. Within a day, I got an email back from Don Henderson that Helen Lambert says, if Tori Guidry would try to do any of these, one call to code enforcement, she'd be shut down. Because what these commercial areas, activities, are totally incompatible with AT1. And I keep looking at this, I keep saying to myself, I go back to myself watching the zoning meeting from home, the fact that I had my two community meetings, and both sides were there and spoke on the issue. I even walked a notice of for this meeting to go through and let people know what the changes were going to be. We went to a little over 140 homes, passing a flyer out that is here. It explains everything from beginning to end. Take a guess, how many people called my cell phone or emailed me on this case? 2. 1 opposed and 1 for. And the president of the Bluffs was to authorize one of his people to send an email blast to 112 email addresses in the Bluffs. So you're looking at over 250 attempts to make people aware of what was going on. 2 responses. But what I keep hearing from the opposition is that this is not compatible, this is not that, this is not this. To me, when you look at what has been done, there is no possibility to do commercial kennels except if you do the what-if game. When I've been elected to make a decision, I have to go on the facts. So I feel this way. In summary, I am totally uncomfortable from a legal standpoint to override the staff's approval in a 9-1 zoning commission vote. We have to make our decisions based on the law, our ordinances, and the regulatory process we have in place. I can't make decisions on what if. If something should arise in the future, that would be addressed at that time. We have to follow our ordinances and the law. And I firmly believe if this is tabled, we're going to come back next month and we'll still have no resolution. Then we'll have to table and come back the following month. What Ms. Guidry has asked me to do is to request a vote, up or down, so we all can move forward. And that's where I am, and if any other council members want to speak, I'm more than comfortable with that.
Mr. Belisario, I'll allow you to then reserve your time for, make your motion and go to Mr. Bender next.
Excuse me, Gene, you said if any of us wanted to ask a question?
Sure.
Oh, okay, I want to make sure I
yes.
understood. Sidney is not here tonight?
Sidney's
Oh, there he
here.
is. Sidney. Hey, Sidney.
He's ducking.
Sidney, let me ask you a question, just so I get this straight. And I have to say, regardless of which side people are on, I have to attest to the fact that Mr. Belisario has put a tremendous amount of time in on this. He's talked to me repeatedly about it, not in terms of please vote for it. He never said that to me. In terms of, here's what I'm dealing with, Jared, and I'm trying to do the right thing. And I don't need to bluster him up, but people deserve credit sometimes for putting a lot of time in, and everybody's said that already. But Sidney, I have a couple of questions. The outline says 6.58 acres on the map. Do you see it on the map attached?
Yeah, the lot is 6.6 6+ acres. The area that they asked for the initial rezoning is 4+ acres. It excludes where their residence is located.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to figure out, so I can make a knowledgeable vote, the 6.58 acres got down to 4.46 to the zoning commission?
It was proposed as 4.46 to the zoning commission because they excluded the approximately 2 acres that the house is located on.
The
If you look at
house, the
single-story
barn-
brick house on the right-hand side of the 6.5
Yeah.
acres, that was excluded.
Along with the barn and the concrete driveway?
Yeah, it did exclude the barn. It went around the barn and the house, the brick house.
Okay.
The small, well, it may have been a previous barn. On the survey, it shows as a barn.
Okay. So, now we get down to 4.46 acres, and it gets approved almost unanimously. Sydney, this already had horses on it?
Yes,
It
these-
already had an
they-
arena on it?
They are privately owned by Ms. Guidry. They're not, they are the pets or they're the property of Ms. Guidry. They are her horses. What the zoning change would allow is for her to board other people's horses or the stated goal of, the main stated goal of providing those services, the
Okay.
therapeutic services.
So now we go down to how many acres?
2.4, I believe.
2.15.
1.5.
And can you kind of give me an idea on this 6.5 acre map, where would it be?
If you look on the map that shows the arena,
Yeah,
the area that leads back to the arena, the barn.
wait, the arena?
That you have, in my packet, we have another map.
Huh? I'm looking for the arena. I don't think I have that now. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you have
Got to go to the bigger map.
Yeah, go to the bigger map. You have the access, which is where it says 356.
Yeah,
You go back to the arena, 100 by 200.
right.
The 40 by 60 barn, and the 40-foot circle is to walk the horses in.
Okay, and so the commercial kennel would be eliminated.
The area that is presently being used as horses would be rezoned, the theory being that there would be no room to build a commercial kennel now.
And I understood from Mr. Bocadre that, and Mr. Belisario, this is your district, but I got to ask a couple of questions, okay? The
Please do.
commercial kennel it would be agreed that there would be no commercial kennel? I understand.
Mr. Bender, this is very difficult to
My
manage
apologies.
because none of this goes on the tape when it's from the chair.
Excuse me.
Is this a zoning board issue? Because it seems like we're being very blatantly disregarded here as the public citizens.
How horrible.
This is not a
Continue,
zoning
Mr.
board issue.
Please continue, Mr. Bender.
We need to table it and move on.
You're
Aren't I
addressing-
correct? This is a zoning issue.
It is a zoning appeal, and you can address, as a parish councilman, any of the staff.
But, Mr.
At your
Chairman, I
pleasure.
do apologize
No, that's okay. I
for
understand.
speaking out straight here.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out, we don't have any of his comments on the record.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can you ask, though, is the commercial kennel I don't care that's not the intention. Will the commercial kennel possibility go away with 2-point-something acres?
Sidney, can you pronounce upon that?
The commercial kennel will still be a permitted use. I believe that my understanding of Mr. Belisario's proposal is that there is no physical space for the commercial kennel because of the horse operations. because of the existing equestrian operations. Any place where an additional building could be constructed is being removed from the petition.
Yes. And it's not.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
That answers your question? Any, I'll go back then to Mr. Bellisario.
Okay. At this time, I would like a motion to concur with the zoning approval for this appeal. Give me a second.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to concur. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Artigue.
Mr. Councilman, excuse me. No,
Stand by.
I want
Now there's a motion on the floor and a second. Mr. Smith, you had further comment.
I just want to say, I see some other hands coming up out in the audience, and one I recognize, but I know he had turned in a card, and I didn't see him get a chance to come and speak.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Reichert, Toledano took the 5 minutes, in fact, took
Okay.
all of the 7 minutes of the.
So he represented all?
Right.
I got you.
Right. Actually
That's
ran
correct.
over that amount, so, sadly. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Is there any, Mr. Bellisario, you still got your light on? You have anything further you want to
No.
add? Anything, any further comments? Okay, there's a motion then to concur. Motion and a second to concur. No further discussion, nothing from the administration, then please vote.
Clarification, Mr. Falconer. I thought I heard Mr. Bellisario say that he was going to downsize it to 2.1 acres, and I further heard, did I misunderstand? I thought he was going to also eliminate commercial kennels as a condition of his motion. But then I didn't hear-
His motion that's on the floor is to concur with the zoning approval.
That's correct.
Mr. So I'm having a little bit of a problem when I drew that out, and you tell me it's 2.0 acres.
It's 2.15.
2.15, and the zoning commission was 4.46.
Yes,
Now,
and-
are we going to vote on 4.46 or
No.
2.5?
I want to withdraw my motion. You are absolutely correct.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is amend the approval based on Mr. Kukuday's agreement to reduce the amount of the AT1 from the 4.46 to the 2.15. I did not include my motion.
And that's an amendment to
That's
the
an
motion
amendment to the
that's on
motion.
the floor.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's the amendment to the motions on the floor.
Okay, is there a second then to that amendment? Seconded by Mr. Canulat. So we have a motion
So
now,
it's
Madam Clerk.
2.15 acres.
2.51 acres.
2.
1.5.
2.15 acres.
Okay.
Okay, there's
And
an-
that's this box that I see here.
That's correct. And
Thank you.
the pasture land.
I got this all the way down here, plus this. That's what we're.
That is
looking
correct.
at. If
Okay.
it's bigger than that, I'm not, I understand that.
Yes, okay.
There's an amendment on the floor, a motion and a second for the amendment to adjust the size to 2.15 acres. Mr. Stefanczyk, do you have further comments on that
Just
amendment?
one comment, Mr. Toledano, and I'd like to address him. Mr. Toledano, we don't put deed restrictions on. The family can, somebody else can, but we don't enforce deed restrictions. Those are covenants for a subdivision, not for us.
That-
And we don't have conditional use anymore, as you well know, so we've reduced the thing down to some
Yeah.
size that looks, that I feel you can't build a kennel on anyhow when I look
Yeah.
at that, so.
And I understand that, Mr. Stefanczyk, and that is exactly the reason why I've asked you to table it, because a deed restriction would have to come from the owners. A deed restriction would have to come from the owners of the property. That's one of the reasons why we're asking that it be tabled.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the additional information. Okay, so we've got an amendment on the floor and a second to amend the size to 2.15 acres. Is there any additional comment on the amendment? None appearing, then please vote on the amendment.
Motion is unanimous, no one absent.
Okay, wait. Now we have a motion on the floor to concur based on the amended area of 2.15 acres. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion on that underlying motion?
No. Please vote.
All right, thank you. Gene, let's please vote.
Motion is unanimous, no one else.
All right, Mr. Belisario, will you introduce that ordinance? Do it, ordinance motion for the introduction, seconded by Mr. Canulat. That's what we need to do there. All right, we'll move then to item number 2 under appeals. Rita McDonald et al. Appealing the Zoning Commission approval on July 1st, 2014 to rezone 1 acre located south of Bamoka Road, west of Highway 25, being 17140 Bamoka Road, Covington, from A1 to A1 Suburban District in Manufactured Housing Overlay, Ward 3, District 3. I'm going to ask everyone, please, to take your conversation outside so we can continue our business in here, please. Thank you. Is there a representative of the appellant? Would you state your name for the record? Give us
Yes,
your
John
address.
Lawrence here, Mr. Falconer, on behalf of the residents of Bamoka Road, other than the applicant in this case.
Great. Then I will, now that while the steady drone kind of
And I
reduces.
gave everybody a handout, too.
Great, well, we'll wait till you start, till we get the handout out. Thank you. Okay. All right, Mr. Lawrence, thank you for being with us. Remember that your group, as the appellant, will have 5 minutes to state your case and 2 minutes to rebut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council, my name is John Lawrence, here representing the appellants. Actually, I represent all of the owners of Bamoka Road, aside from the person who has applied for the MHO in this case. I've only got 5 minutes. I know it's late. I know everybody's tired. I'm tired. I'm going to move quickly. I've got a lot to say. I've got about 45 minutes worth of information to give you in 5. So please bear with me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you've got, because I'm loaded for bear in terms of information. First of all, the granting of the zoning change to apply to put the MHO on a 1 acre parcel in A1 was totally inappropriate. The abutter notification was inappropriate in this case. All of the residents surrounding this property were not notified of this proposed change, and they didn't have a chance to speak. But we are here, and your job in this case today is to do what you would do whether there was an opposition or no opposition before. Secondly, this is A1 suburban. That means 1 single-family resident lives in 5 acres. You can't have more than 1 family in 5 acres. The density requirements are being violated by the granting of this MHO. The MHO is for 1 acre to have a trailer on it on an 8.68 acre parcel that already has a 3-bedroom home on it. Stick and brick is already there. They're wanting to now put an additional trailer, which is actually there but not hooked up and under a current code violation, as I appreciate it, so that they can then house additional people on an 8.68 acre parcel for which it's only zoned for 1 appropriate family. Inappropriate, doesn't meet density. Number 2, you look at the contiguous use. We look at it all the time. This council has done it recently, and they've done it this year on multiple occasions. What I'm going to suggest to you is, if you look at the last 2 pages of my handout, you'll see the MHO map, the overlay. You'll also see where this property is. There is not an MHO approved within miles of where this property is located. There is not a permitted trailer within miles of where this property is located. The continuous use in this case is not proper to have an MHO placed on 1 acre in A1 suburban. You're violating density. You're also violating the contiguous use. Number 3, this council needs to be consistent in its applications. And I believe it was Mr. Stefancic in Pearl River had a subdivision, an MHO was applied for. It was denied. Why did this council deny it? Because in that particular subdivision, there was no approved MHOs in that subdivision, even though there was some MHOs approved in an adjoining subdivision. Mr. Groby, last month, I think it's the Dawn Call appeal, Despite your objection, the MHO in that case, the MHO overlay was approved. Why was it approved? Because this council found that that was an appropriate use of that property. There was 38% of the subdivision had trailers on it. Adjoining subdivision had 20%. Within a half a mile, there's an approved MHO and there was a trailer park. It is inappropriate in this case. You stated, this council stated on camera, that if there was not trailers in the adjoining area, it would be an inappropriate use and you wouldn't do it. That's what we have here. 100% stick and brick in this case, 0 trailers for miles. It would be an arbitrary and capricious exercise if we do not grant the appeal in this case. It's inappropriate. Fourth, and this is, I think, even more important, and that is that safety is at issue in this case. Mr. Young operates a couple of drug rehabilitation programs, one of which is principal place of business according to Secretary of State and according to the website. Its principal place of business is Bamoka Road. There's been no application for that. This is supposed to be single-family residential. And what ties into this is the fact that there have been 5 arrests in the last few years on this property, 21 criminal incidents on this property, not of Mr. Young and his family, but of people that are affiliated with this drug rehabilitation program. What do they tell the police when they're arrested? My home is on Bamoka Road. What do you see pictures of? You see pictures of campers, 2 of them, and you see a picture of a trailer. There was complaints made by the residents. They didn't sit on their laurels. They complained. Code enforcement went out after calling and telling Mr. Young they're coming. One of the neighbors saw electrical connected to the trailer and immediately unconnected to the trailer because code enforcement was coming out. There's an open violation. On January of this year, there was a gentleman arrested, a Mr. Fershing. He was living in one of the campers in the back. This gentleman had not only drugs on his possession, drug paraphernalia on his possession, he had 5 outstanding warrants in Jefferson Parish.
Point of order here. We're getting way offline.
No, we are not offline, Council Thompson.
This is a simple zoning issue.
Is this being added to my time? It's not a zoning issue.
all this is.
These people were living in this camper. They stated they had stolen license plate issues, outstanding warrants. A fugitive was being housed where this MHO application is standing for. What I'm telling you is, it is relevant to this proceeding because you're going to have a barrack set up where people are going to be living that are not authorized to be there. It's crime in the sector is going to go up.
Mr. Lawrence, this is not about crime, this is about zoning. I have to agree with my colleague. You got to stay on task here.
I am trying to stay on task, and what I'm trying to point out is that the safety of the residents is important, and when you've got multiple arrests happening on this property of people claiming to live there in single-family A1, what I'm going to tell you is he's going to say it's for family members. I'm telling you the proof in the documents that are in St. Tammany Parish records is otherwise. Density is being violated. Surrounding use is being violated, and I urge you guys to do your job and apply consistently the laws of this parish and the zoning regulations and grant this appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How much time is remaining, Mr. Sponset? Was that right at the 5 minutes? Very well. All right, is there a representative here on behalf, Reverend Young? Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Reverend Alfred Young, 17140 Bamoka Road. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to address this issue this evening. First of all, I want to say to you that if you review the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's records, you will find that there was 1 arrest at my house. And that was because a wife called her husband, who was a guest there, called the sheriff's office to stop him from drinking and driving. The record will prove that. I have not had 21 arrests. I haven't had any of this stuff. These are not the facts. Secondly, I want to say that my family, this is all about my family. My daughter moved to Mississippi after Katrina. We moved a camper on there. She moved back, her and her 3 kids. They're here tonight. I am their grandfather. I'm a pastor. I would not stand here and lie to you for them or before them. This trail is about, mobile home is about one thing. It's about the fact that after moving here, her husband died, and they are currently living there. No one who is in my program has ever lived there. The only reason that it shows Bamoka Road as my registered address is because we formed the alcohol and drug ministry as a corporation out of my home and sent it there. The people live at the church. We have a barracks there.
Secondly, I want to say this is simply about providing them with a roof. We don't have any drug addicts living there. I want to ask you tonight, I moved the mobile home. Out of deference, paid $3,500 to my neighbors to make sure I did not violate any property values that they have. I have a picture that I could show you that you can't even see it from the road. It doesn't affect anything. It's just fine. It really is. And I would ask you tonight to concur with the zoning commission and the staff report and approve this zoning.
Thank you, Reverend Young. Do you, how much time does the appellant have? I mean, the applicant?
2 minutes and 50
You have
seconds.
2 minutes and 50 seconds left in your presentation time. So if you have other individuals, or if you want to use the balance of that time, it's strictly up to you. Otherwise, we'll move over to rebuttal time.
I'll move to rebuttal.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lawrence, let me just caution you, I've got two more folks that have put in cards here that wish to speak, so I don't know if you want to allow them to take, how much time does he have left? 2 minutes full?
2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes left.
Did you want to speak? Yeah, let me, I'll take just a brief second. You know, I've been before this council before asking for variances and asking for a change in zoning, and you know what I'm told? That a lot of time, effort, and money went into this parish deciding what the zoning regulation should be and coming up with this map that we've got. This was all A1 suburban, one family for 5 acres. There was a lot of thought, time, effort, and money that went into coming up with that. Why do we change it? I have been told by this council you change it for 2 reasons. 1, you made a mistake, which we didn't in this case, or 2, the surrounding uses changed. That didn't happen either. There is not a single mobile home within miles of this property that is authorized, and there's no approved MHO. It violates density, it violates contiguous use. The appeal should be granted if you're consistent in how you apply the rules and what you've done in other cases applying for MHOs. I now yield.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. How much time do they have left, Mr. Stefanski?
He spoke on which side?
He spoke as the,
As the
on behalf of
rebuttal, right?
the appellant. Rebuttal time for the appellant.
Okay, so he's got 1 minute and 34 seconds left.
All right, so I have Terry Lewis Stevens and Belinda Parker have submitted cards to speak. We'll take either one for the last minute and 35 seconds.
Wait a minute, which side are they on?
These are appellants. On behalf of the appellants in the rebuttal time, would you state your name and give your address for the record, please?
Belinda Parker Brown with Louisiana United International, a Force for Justice, 2181 P.O. Box, Slidell, Louisiana.
Got you, thank you.
Good evening to everyone. What we have here is a serious matter. It's called The Fix Is In. I am very applaud about the fact that when this ordinance was approved on June the 2nd, the fix was already in.
Ms. Parker Brown, I respect what you have to say, but you have to stay on topic. This is not about fixes, and it's not about deals. This is about a zoning case. Please
Absolutely.
restrict your
You know,
comments.
and I'm glad you said all of those words because I guess I can end it right there because that's exactly what I think it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lawrence, do you have anyone else that, Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens did submit a card. Ms. Stevens, do you wish to speak? Okay. How much time does he have left, Mr. Stefanski? A minute or so?
What do you guys, which one, which side?
This is for the appellant.
Mr. Appellant has 1 minute and 3 seconds left.
Great. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, sir. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Let me explain real quick. This council recently has made decisions on 2 different MHO applications. In both of those cases, the conference that this council made was all about, does it meet density? The one in Mr. Groby's district, guess what? It was A4. They wanted to put one trailer on 1-point-something acres. It met the density requirement, and it met the contiguous use. This is A1 suburban. It's inappropriate. You're trying to zone 1 acre in A1 for a trailer overlay that in an 8.68 acre parcel already has a stick and brick home. You are going to be setting a precedent that is dangerous. You're going to be harming the property values of the surrounding area. You are creating what you all stated was a slippery slope, because once you put one trailer, then there's a next, and there's another, and there's another. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an inappropriate use of this property. The MHO violates density. It is not in conformity with the contiguous use or the adjoining land, and I urge you to grant this appeal and overturn the zoning's approval of this MHO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Okay, do they have any more time for rebuttal? Mr. Stefanczyk, that does it. So you have 2 minutes, Reverend Young, of rebuttal time.
This is not 5 acres, members of the council. This is 9 acres. The attorney stated that the density provided for 5 acres under A1, this is 9. I am trying to place this trailer not on 5, but on 9. Secondly, the city did come out, called twice, came out each time and verified no one was living in those campers. It's a matter of the parish's record. I also would just simply say that I do not understand, it is beyond my comprehension, why anyone who is living in Slidell and Pearl River would be mildly concerned about me having a mobile home for my kids to live in on Bamoka Road. If they were to be asked, I would bet you they don't even know what Bamoka Road is. And it just does not make sense to me. So thank you so much, and I ask you to follow the recommendation of the administration, staff, and to concur with the zoning commission to allow me to provide this mobile home that's already there for my daughter and 3 children, grandchildren to live in. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public hearing portion.
I want the rest of my time, please.
Oh, no, you have no more time. Mr. Lawrence took the rest of your time. I'll
No, he
move-
did not take the rest of my time.
Yeah,
That
he
was
took-
rebuttal time.
No, he took the rest of the time for rebuttal for this case. So we're going to move on then. We're closing the public
This
hearing
is a
portion.
public safety issue. Okay? So do
This-
the right thing, please.
Your time is expended. Thank you. We'll move then to comment. I think I saw Mr. Bender's light come on first. Mr. Bender?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I've been sitting here reviewing all of the documents, and the Reverend, is that your correct title, sir, Reverend?
No, I just passed.
Pastor, excuse me, Pastor, I want to make sure I gave you the right.
Yes.
I heard the pastor say, and this is what I've been sitting here looking at. I mean, I represent a lot of Slidell and Greater Slidell. I'm just curious if the attorney, and I'm sorry, sir, your name again?
Mr. Lawrence.
John Lawrence?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering, I see 4 appellants, 3 live in Slidell and 1 lives in Pearl River.
Correct.
I'm just wondering why there's no appellant from Folsom. I'm offering that, I mean, I don't know, you want me to address them?
Mr. Fondo, do you have any opinion one way or the other on that issue?
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I know it's legal for anybody in the parish to appeal it. I'm just saying it's curious to me.
Right.
Me
That
too.
no one in the area would file an appeal. That's all.
My clients are here, Mr.
N-
Bender.
I-
They're all here. There's 7 of the homeowners out of the 8.
Mr. Chairman, let me address you. I didn't mean to open Pandora's box,
I think
okay?
you, I think you may be on the edge.
I was simply making the point. Anybody can appeal from any part of the parish. I want to be clear on that.
Right.
I'm just telling you my curiosity, okay?
Thank you.
That's all.
Right. Mr. Stefanczyk, I think you had your light on next.
Yes, I heard the Reverend say that he wasn't putting his trailer on 5 acres, but he was putting on 9 acres? The drawing I see says you're putting it on 1 acre.
It's a 9-acre plot, and the mobile home overlay allows you to take one of the 9 and overlay it for the mobile home.
So what you're doing is you're segmenting out a piece that's a 1 acre plot from whatever the 8.68 acres is?
Yes,
Or
sir.
9.68, whichever one the thing turns out to be.
Yes, sir.
And the rest of that, it has some kind of a home on it then?
The rest of it stays A1 suburban along with all of my neighbors' properties. It's that 1 acre mobile home overlay out of the 8 point whatever. And
Well, thank you. Sydney, I'm asking the question here, if I can, Mr. Chairman, ask.
Please.
Sydney, the requested change was from A1 Suburban District to A1 Suburban District Mobile Home Overlay.
Yes, sir.
A1 is how much?
A1 is 5 acre minimum density.
So we're putting a 1 acre plot into a 5 acre.
It is not a separate lot of record. It's identifying a 1 acre
So
portion
now
of a 9.6 acre parcel.
Is it already a separate lot?
It is not a separate lot. It is not going to be a separate lot. The zoning is not required to follow property lines.
So we're putting 2 buildings on the same piece of property. I'm trying to understand what we're voting on.
The property is 9.68 acres.
Okay?
9.68 acres.
It's 1 acre plus 8.68.
Correct.
If you go to the original survey, it says 9.68. The updated survey has 8.68 plus an additional 1 acre. The property is 9.68 acres. 8.68 or 9.68, it is not, the regulations would be the same. They can have a full-blown, single-family residence, and they can have up to 1,000 square foot guest house type structure.
And this is less than 1,000 square feet.
It would have to be before we would issue
Well,
permits.
that's what I want to make sure I understand, because we've been through this when they cited the thing that we were talking about before. You talk about a mother-in-law's home or whatever it is. You're saying it falls under that
When the
category.
that's the way that you could get
And
a
that can be-
second residence if it's limited to
Okay,
a guest
and that
home
can be
definition of
then
1,000
a-
square feet or less.
That can be a stick-built, or that can be a mobile home, or that can be
It can
anything.
be a stick built by right today. It has to, in order for it to be a mobile home,
You
it would
have
have
a
to,
mobile
it'd
home
have to do the
overlay.
mobile home
I
overlay.
understand that. We went through that with the piece of property that he talked about before. So, okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
No, our public hearing is over with right now. We're trying to get facts here between the staff and our council members. Right, thank you. Mr. Stefanczyk, does that conclude your questioning?
Well, I just heard him say there's already a guest house on there. Is that,
I don't have any information on that.
so there's nothing that you know of that shows a guest house on there?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
And we would look at that before another one would go in. Thank you.
Ms. O'Brien?
I just wanted to verify that this was correct, that the future land use plan calls for this to be developed with residential, including manufactured homes? That is correct there? That's what I see on the staff report. I just wanted to verify.
Residential and, what was the other phrase that I couldn't hear it? It's residential, and then it gives a description of the residential types.
Okay, but it says future land use. For the 225 future land use plans call for the area to be developed with residential, including manufactured homes.
Correct.
That is not
Correct.
an error. That is correct.
That is not an error.
Mr. Thompson, I believe your light's on next.
Yeah, thank you. Reverend Young,
Yes, sir.
didn't you put that trailer there right after Katrina?
I put it right after Katrina, that is
When the
correct.
parish didn't have any permits, they had been waived.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
And it's been there. All you're doing is trying to correct the zoning situation
Correct.
now.
Trying to go legal.
I have not had any complaints on that trail in, what, 9 years now?
I'm sorry?
I hadn't had any complaints from
No.
out there.
Because the only people who
9
ever lived in it was my dad, who's now sick, and then my daughter, after he moved out a few years ago, she moved in it. No one has ever lived in that trailer but family people.
Okay. And as far as Mr. Lawrence, Lake Ramsey Road is within a mile of this Bamoka Road. There's trailers up and down Lake Ramsey Road if you'd like to ride out there and take a look at it.
And you can also throw a rock at the trailer park next to Covington High and hit
Correct.
300 of them.
Through the woods. You're correct.
Mr. Young, you're going to have to...
And Miss Lambert told me...
Thank you, Mr. Young, but
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
21 different incidents out there and 4
would,
arrests.
did you have, Mr. Thompson, did you have any further questions of Mr.
Look,
Lawrence?
this has got completely out of hand. This is a zoning issue. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you. Let me tell you something. The zoning staff recommended this. The zoning commission approved this unanimously. Nobody from Bamoka Road even appeared before the zoning commission. There was no opposition. I move to concur with the zoning recommendation.
There's a motion to concur by Mr. Thompson, a second by Mr. Gould. Is there any further discussion on this item? We got to vote if you call the question. I don't see any further discussion. Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote on the motion to concur with the zoning action, the zoning approval.
Motion passes 13 yeas, 1 abstention.
Mr. Thompson, would you make the motion to introduce? Motion by Mr. Thompson to introduce, seconded by Mr. Tanner. All right, we'll move then to the third item under the appeals. Jeffrey Shane on behalf of Mark and Casey LLC, appealing the zoning commission denial on June 1st to rezone 1.5 acres located at the southeast corner of Mill Road and Josephine Road from A2 to A4, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, members of the council.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Mr. Shane, I think we've got everything distributed. Please proceed. Remember, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Good evening. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington. I represent Mark and Casey LLC, which are the owners of the property in question, also the petitioners. This has been a long evening. I will try to be succinct with my comments. I ask if you could give me your undivided attention for just a minute so that perhaps we can expedite your deliberation and make the best decision in this case.
Chris. Just step outside. I apologize, Mr. Shane, for that.
Just hard
courtesy.
to concentrate.
Sure,
Thank you,
no.
Mr. Falconer.
No problem.
In many respects, I think the case is pretty simple, and if you'll take a look at the Google that I've given you, you will see my client's property, which is located on the south side of the Tammany Trace, just south of the Abita Brewing Company off of Highway 36. The drawing I've given you shows 5 lots at 132 feet of frontage each. That is the property that my client owns, currently zoned A2, and we seek an A4 zoning in order to build some nice houses that would actually front the trace at this particular location. The zoning commission denied our request, but I believe based on the staff comments and the prevailing views, even at the zoning commission, there was general concurrence that the area would in fact support more density. We have 1.5 acres that's currently zoned A2. It's actually 2 lots of record. And I don't think that there was any disagreement that the property certainly should have the opportunity to have more than 2 lots or building structures on this property. If you look carefully at the Google, I want you to go 1 square to the south. That's if you look up where you'll see Ohio Street. Interestingly, that square is likewise zoned A2. Notice that there are 5 homes and 1 lot on that block. And that's to suggest to you that you have much of the residential development in this area is on smaller lots. If this area were filled with homes, Mr. Falconer, I'm sorry, but I simply, there's so much going on in this room, it's impossible for me to do my job.
I apologize, Mr. Shane. I ask the deputies to please, did I go out there for a second?
Anybody that's talking inside needs to either move outside into the lobby.
There we go.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No,
Falconer.
no problem,
Well,
Mr. Shane, I apologize.
No, we're all tired,
Let's just
including
take-
myself.
sure, let's just
And
take a
y'all have
minute.
very serious business, but I'm trying to get what I want to say to you.
Right.
And I want the others to hear it as well, that may agree or disagree with my position. My suggestion is simply by looking...
Stand by, Mr. Shane. Let me just make sure, Mr. Parliamentarian, that he's going to get full time allocated back for the interruption that we
I
just
got
had.
plenty of time.
Yeah.
I'm fine, Mr. Stefanski.
Yes, I'm taking care of that. It's hard to turn it off and on, the
Right.
way it's going, but
Just want to
I do
make
that.
sure that Mr. Shane was
Thank you. I
assured
appreciate
that we're
that.
on top of this.
I'm
Thank
fine
you,
with
Mr.
the
Shane.
time. So the point I'm trying to make to you is that there is evidence in the area of homes and properties that are of similar size to what my client's requesting. If you look at the staff report, you will see that the staff acknowledged its concern about the possibility of having as many as 6 residences or 6 lots in this square. Despite the fact that, again, 1 block over on Ohio Street where the property is zoned the same, there are in fact 5 homes and a lot. I come to you this evening suggesting that if you would agree to overturn the recommendation of the zoning commission, and if you see fit to zone this property A4, my client will formally re-subdivide the property into 5 parcels, not 6, and we will accomplish that re-subdivision contemporaneous with the time your ordinance changing the zoning from A2 to A4 would be adopted. That way, there could be no concern that we would try to do as many as 6 lots, even though, again, there's 6 lots 1 block away. So at the end of the day, our request to you is simply this. We believe that if you look at the trailer court just north across the trace from this property, if you look 1 block to the south on Ohio Street at those 5 homes and 1 lot that I show you, if you look at the general size of the homes and the yards in that area, what my client seeks to do is very compatible. I might also add, by granting this zoning, my client, at his expense, is going to bring central sewer and central water to this parcel, which right now it does not have. And if we stay with the larger parcels, there may not be that opportunity to have central sewer and water. So I think that this is definitely an opportunity, not only for my client to develop the property, but for the development to be compatible with what in fact exists in that neighborhood. For that reason, I ask that you consider overturning the zoning commission denial, and that you in fact recommend, or I should say, introduce an ordinance changing the zoning to A4, again, contingent with my stipulation that we would go forward with a formal re-subdivision and establish no more than 5 lots on this property. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. I have 3 cards here for, that have identified themselves as against the appeal, so I presume these are opponents to the appellants. Would you?
My name is Janice Hazlett, and I do live on Ohio Road.
Got you. Thank you, Ms. Hazlett.
And there's a few very bad mistakes that Mr. Shane just made. Number one, I live on Ohio Road. My property is at .6 of an acre. We have 110-foot front. We have between 220 and 250 foot back, okay, depth. These lots, as they plan, are 132 feet by 100 feet deep, okay? Just wanted to correct that to start off with. The zoning staff recommended to the zoning commission that the proposed change from A2 to A4 be denied because the project was too dense, and I definitely agree. The zoning commission concurred and voted down the change. At the meeting, the zoning commission numerous times tried to get the developers to compromise, and they suggested that they change it. Why didn't you resubmit as an A3? 1.5 acres, A3, you can build 3 houses on it instead of 5 or 6 houses. An A4 zoning change, and I'm really upset over Mr. Shane's remarks, positively opens up a Pandora's box. Number one, there are 2 A4s. Section 5.09 A4D could actually allow 4 units per acre for a total of 6 units on the 1.5 acres. Section 5.10, which is an A4AD, would be even more detrimental in that the builders could allow as many as 6 units per acre for a total of 9 units on 1.5 acres. The developers can promise and present to you anything they want, like probably the incorrect measurements that are on your pages right now on their drawing. But if a zoning change is made, they can then do as they want. The builders will do their thing, make their money, walk away, and we'll be the ones to deal with the situation. The area is rural, with homes on large pieces of land, granted not an acre, but at least a half an acre or more. And it would be totally out of place. Plus, the area just cannot support that density. I would not want my area to become a Tammany Hills or a Harrison Avenue situation where houses sit on top of one another. I respectfully request that you support our case and not allow the zoning to be changed from A2. And in particular, we ask that Mr. Dennis Sharp please represent the people of his district and not the commercial side of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazlett. Okay, how much time is left for the opponents to the appellant?
1 minute and 49 seconds.
Okay, there's 1 minute and 49 seconds. I have 2 cards, Michelle Hazlett and Christy Cotter, so would you step to the podium and let me know your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Christy Cotter.
Great,
and I live on 72172 Josephine, right next to the property in question. So I don't know all these things that everybody's doing, these terms they throw out. I just know that we moved to this area because it was rural. It was a place where our kids could play and we wouldn't be on top of other houses, which is where we came from. So for me, it just feels too dense. There's too many houses as it is. The traffic is terrible. There was a little boy who died right there on the trace from just people go too fast. So I think it's just too many houses. It'll add too much traffic to the area. I also wanted to say that the Water District is already in that area. I spoke with Water District 2. They were out blowing smoke in the lines on those pieces of property just, I think, a week before the original zoning meeting. So no additional infrastructure as far as water should have to be done. You should be able to tap into those existing lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cotter. How much time is remaining, Mr.
55 seconds.
Okay, I've got Michelle Hazlett that has identified that she wishes to speak. You've got 55 seconds left, Ms. Hazlett. And then there'll be 2 minutes afterwards for rebuttal, so.
Michelle Hazlett, 21024 Ohio Road. And my main concern is drainage. I moved there because of below, not below sea level deal, been flooded before, don't want to have to deal with it again. And more property means less place for water to go, and just a couple of weeks ago, I watched the ditches go up pretty high. And I don't want to see that happen again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazlett. Yes. How much time is left, Mr.
25 seconds.
You got 25 seconds now, but you'll have a full 2 minutes of rebuttal afterwards.
I just would like to say that as far as the sewage and water, we all have city sewage and water in the area, and gas is also readily available. This will cut down on costs if cost is a factor. And there's also, probably you can apply for the $2,000 impact fee to be reduced because houses had been on it previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazlett. Mr. Shane, I believe you will have 2 minutes then for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Falconer. In response to the comments made by the speakers, my point, I think, is still valid in that 1 block to the south, there's no doubt to be 6 lots or parcels. And I made that comment only because the staff comments specifically showed concern about the possibility of my client's property likewise being perhaps subdivided into as many as 6 lots. In fact, the 5-lot proposal that we suggest creates a frontage of 132 feet, whereas on Ohio Street, those frontages are only 110 feet. With regard to drainage, as you know, in order for us to pull permits for building sites, we're going to have to comply with your planning department subdivision regulations. And I've personally taken a look at the ditching around this property, which is very, very poorly maintained. As a practical matter, I would suggest to you that development of these tracts will actually improve drainage because we're going to have to bring that side of the square into compliance and maybe have to do some other things in order for the water to drain off properly. With regard to sewer and water, it is not correct that sewer and water is at the site. Sewer and water is in the area. We have specific written letters in my file, quotations, from both Water District Number 2 as well as Utilities, Inc. Those utilities are actually coming from the north and are going underneath Mill Road, and the total cost of those utilities is from $12,000 to $15,000 to bring it to the site. Why is that significant? We want central sewage and water, but there's a cost that has to be incurred by my client, and that cost is better shared if they're more than the current 2 units that A2 would allow, not the 6 units that A4 might allow, but the 5 units that we suggest. And last but not least, so that there is no misunderstanding, I tried to make it clear, this isn't a now you see it, now you don't. We are willing to re-subdivide the property before the zoning for A4 would become effective.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. All right, Ms. Hazlett, I believe you have 2 minutes then for rebuttal.
Once again, you're not comparing apples to apples. A 110-foot by 250-foot lot is much different than a 132-foot by 100-foot lot when you consider your setbacks. You have a 30-foot setback from the front, and you have a 25-foot setback from the rear. So you're already using up 45 feet on your property on that 100-foot that you have. There's no comparison because that is not even a third of an acre. This is not comparing apples to apples. It's just too dense. Chrissy has a problem. She lives right there on Lot 3. She cannot get her children to the school in Abita. She cannot get her children to the school in Abita, which is almost walking distance for her because they have too many children there already. And she cannot, she has to go to Covington Yeah, Covington Public Schools. So she has to send her children to private schools because the area is just too dense to take and support the children to start off with. So please, I ask you not to allow this because this, like I said, is a Pandora's box. And A4 will allow them to do whatever they want. 5 houses in that little area, too much.
Thank you, Ms. Hazlett. Are there any other constituents that wish to speak in opposition to the appellants on and use the balance of the rebuttal time? None? Okay, then I'll close the public hearing on this appeal. Mr. Stefanczyk, your light's still on. I'm just looking to see who wants to speak. Mr. Sharp.
Have just one question for Mr. Shane.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shane, in view of the all of the characteristics of the situation, the lot size, every other characteristic, and the rural wooded nature of all the surrounding block and those kinds of things, would you be amicable to going to 4 houses instead of 5?
Just a minute. Four houses would be fine, and we would agree to re-subdivide it before the zoning ordinance became effective.
And then when it's re-subdivided, then that's 4 houses is what it will be, and that's all it will be.
Yes, sir.
I think those are concessions enough. Move to override.
All right, there's a motion to override by Mr. Sharp, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Do you want Mr. Sharp to memorialize that change from 5 lots to 4 in the context of your motion? All right, then we'll clearly stipulate that motion to override will be inclusive of a stipulation that the lots permitted will be 4 lots. Seconded then by Mr. Thompson, I believe. Mr. Shane.
I would prefer that to be my stipulation as opposed to yours, because I think council might agree that you can't put a condition on your zoning, but I will stipulate that before I ask the ordinance to be adopted, I will have to work with Mr. Fontenot to make sure how we get the re-subdivision in a position to become finalized in terms of the chronology, the timing. But again, I think it would be better served for all if it's our stipulation.
All right, so let the record reflect that this was the stipulation by Mr. Shane. All right, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. As described, please vote.
Motion passes 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Mr. Sharp, I'll need you to make a motion to introduce an ordinance.
Move to introduce.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Thompson. Very well. All right, that closes then item number 3. We'll move to item number 4. Applicant Jeffrey Shane, on behalf of BCS Development LLC, appealing the Planning Commission denial on June 10th for a proposed minor subdivision located west of Highway 1077, south of I-12, and southwest of Covington. Ward, I'm not sure the ward, or it must be Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Falconer. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm, and I represent BCS Development LLC, who were the petitioners in this case. In many respects, this case is very simple. It was a re-subdivision request to the Planning Commission to create 4 lots that would abut an existing commercial shopping area on the west side of Highway 1077. The case was denied by the Planning Commission, in my opinion, not because they thought it was inappropriate to create 4 lots, but because the creation of the 4 lots included some driveway and parking lot areas that would overlap or run over the boundary lines that separated these 4 lots. And to cure that problem, you would need a variance from the Board of Adjustment so that there would be no requirement to have a 10-foot wide planting area on each side of the property line if you have a driveway running across that property line. My client and I should have gone to the Board of Adjustment first. We didn't. The good news this evening is that we went to the Board of Adjustment this past Tuesday and got a unanimous vote granting a variance so that the configuration as proposed to you this evening is in fact acceptable, which means that this approval of the re-subdivision will not violate your ordinances, and in fact, my client will make the necessary arrangements as the Board of Adjustment required to pay mitigation. In that regard, we have a substitute plat that we would like to file and put into the record this evening, which conforms with the plat that was approved by the Board of Adjustment on Tuesday afternoon, but again, creating the same 4 lots, but now allowing these 4 lots to either meet your code or be covered by the variance. Those conclude my remarks. If anyone has any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Are there any opponents present to the applicants? All right, then, Mr. Dean, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe the only reason, or I know the only reason the Planning Commission turned them down was because they wanted them to go before the Board of Adjustments first. They'd done that. Jeff, I have just one question. The existing shopping center, this is being developed by the Bruno brothers. The existing shopping center, it's going to be contiguous. Well, they're going to have
contiguous and part of
ongoing.
Yes, sir, part of the same parking lot driveway scheme, just a little further to the south.
Okay, that's all I want to know. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion to override the planning denial, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. There's a motion then to override by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Sharp. Let me remind everyone that to support this overriding of the denial, it will require a 2/3 vote on our behalf. So is there any discussion on this item? Okay, nothing from the administration, nothing. Let's please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 2 absent.
All right, that concludes our zoning appeals. We'll move into the section ordinances for adoption. The first item of business is the ordinance, I'm sorry. Oh, that's right, I apologize. Trying to get us moving along here. Yeah, we need to introduce a resolution, Mr. Dean, thank you. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Gould, then to offer a resolution on the overriding of the Planning Commission denial. Is there any discussion on the motion? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Now we'll move to ordinances for adoption. The first one of which is ordinance calendar number 5168, ordinance to amend the ordinances to provide for amendments to the personnel policies pertaining to compensation. Mr. Dean, did you guys have a recommendation out of the Agenda Review Committee?
I believe there was a recommendation to amend. Steve, did you know?
Yes.
Mr. Stefanczyk, I'll go then.
We
to you.
amended, basically, it just changed the dates to be consistent to April when they'll publish it, so that there's only one time of publication.
Okay. So you want to offer an amendment to this ordinance?
Yes, want the amendment. I think it was the second piece where it was off. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at it right now, but it's the second piece that was off, needs to be changed to April 1st.
Yes.
So that it's consistent with the other
Other section.
consistent with the first piece on it. We only want it published once.
Yes, that was the only change.
Okay.
Change the date to April 1st, I think.
Under maintenance of the compensation plan, that third paragraph down, we want to change that from January to April 1.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor for an amendment to this ordinance, changing that date from, the published date from January 1st to April 1st. Is there any further discussion? You guys both have your lights on over there, Mr. Belisario, Mr. Stefanczyk, anyone else? Okay, let's vote on the amendment as presented, the change in dates. Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
We've got an ordinance now that's been properly introduced and amended.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Stefanczyk. Motion to approve by Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Mr. Smith. Is there any further discussion on the item? None appearing, please vote.
Mr. Thompson? Mr. Belisario? Motion is unanimous, one absent.
All right, item number 2 then, ordinance calendar number 5201, ordinance to amend the ordinance council series numbers 03-0723 and 11-2569 to approve necessary changes to election precincts. Is there a motion for this item? Motion to approve by Mr. Thompson, seconded by Mr. Tanner. Any discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 3, ordinance calendar number 5207, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 30.1348 acres from HC3 and PBC1 to PBC1. Planned Business Corridor. What is PBC? Ward 3, District 5, motion by Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Tanner to approve. I have 2 speaker cards. I'll start with Ms. Lauren Buggs. Please approach the podium and be reminded you have 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Lauren Buggs. I am a public affairs representative with Chevron. I can defer comments if you'd like, if it pleases the council. If you have any questions, I can answer at that time.
Great, thank you. Why don't we go and see what comes up with the other 2? We've got Angela Morton. Defer, thank you. Mr. White, Mike Whitney.
Good things coming for you, sir.
Oh, great, thank you. All right. And that concludes our comments. Comment on the item. We've got a motion and a second on the floor. Any further comments from my colleagues? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 4, ordinance calendar number 5208, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 2.03 acres from A4 to PF1, Ward 9, District 11.
Move to postpone.
Motion to postpone.
This is the Fire District 1 stuff, and
Right.
it's still in,
Wetlands.
yeah, it's still in litigation, so.
That's a motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Mr. Belisario. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 5, ordinance calendar number 5221, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on multifamily structures on property within unincorporated areas of Council District 12. Mr. Bender. Motion by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Mr. Gould? Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 6, ordinance calendar number 5222, ordinance to amend the parish code relative to roadway testing and inspection standards for residential and commercial subdivisions. Is there a motion on this item? Mr. Belisario moves to approve, seconded by Mr. Gould. Any discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Number 7, ordinance calendar number 5223, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 12,500 square feet from A4A to NC2, Ward 8, District 12. Mr. Bender.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Artigue. We have a motion on the floor. I've got one speaker card request from Deborah Levis. Ms. Levis, are you with us?
Unless I need to present my request, I have nothing to say.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Okay, great. None appearing, then please vote.
Mr. Smith? Oh, I'm sorry, he's absent. Motion is unanimous, two absent.
Thank you, Ms. Levis. That was the best kind of public comment. Number 8, ordinance calendar number 5224, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify .81 acres from A3 to A6, Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Sharp. Motion by Mr. Sharp, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, two absent.
Item number 9, ordinance calendar number 5225, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 1.6 acres from NC4 to HC2, Ward 8, District 12. Mr. Bender.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you recognize Mr. Shane so that he can put into the record the deed restrictions that he and I discussed on this.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Mr. Shane.
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Falconer. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell firm, and I represent the property owner of Flow Run Properties, LLC. Although this matter comes to you with an approval, we've had discussions originally with Councilman Smith and later with Councilman Bender, and they requested that in order to protect the integrity of the Fremo corridor, that certain uses be deleted from being permitted uses under the HC2 ordinance. We do not ask that you amend your ordinance in any way. We ask that you, in fact, follow the recommendation and adopt as HC2 tonight. But I would like the record to reflect that I would like to place a copy of the deed restrictions in your minutes. I will record a copy of these deed restrictions in the public records of St. Tammany Parish, assuming the ordinance is adopted this evening. And thank you.
Mr. Bender.
And Mr. Shane, I don't think I have to ask this, but I will. And that would be, it would be recorded prior to signing of the ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Be sent over tomorrow.
Thank you. So moved with the deed restrictions that have been placed in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. There's a motion by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Is there any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion passes 11 yeas, one abstention, two absent.
Item number 10, ordinance calendar number 5226, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 3.91 acres from A2 to ED1, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, two absent.
Number 11, ordinance calendar number 5227, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 3.87 acres from NC4 to ED2, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean.
So moved.
Great. We got a motion by Mr. Dean, seconded, I believe, by Mr. Gould. Okay. Any discussion on this item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, please vote. From tonight? Oh, I got it. Okay. Right, got it.
Voting precincts, because of the requirement in state law, about a 5-day notice, it needs to become effective immediately.
Okay.
Mr. Artigue, Mr. Smith. Motion is unanimous, one absent.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need a motion to bring back up ordinance calendar number 5201, the ordinance to amend ordinance council series as stated to approve necessary changes to elections precincts. We've got a change that we need to make.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Belisario, seconded by Mr. Smith. Please vote on bringing this item back up.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
All right, now that it's on the floor, I'll defer over to legal for a description of what we need to change.
Because of a change in state law, we need to have this effective immediately in order to comply with the state law requiring a 5-day notice that we have to get into the state.
Okay, we've got a motion then to amend this ordinance by Mr. Tanner, a second by Mr. Gould. Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? None appearing, then please vote on the amendment.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
All right, now I'll need a motion to approve ordinance calendar number 5201 as amended. Motion by Mr. Gould, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any discussion on the amended motion? Okay, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Okay, I think we did 11. I'm back on the regular agenda to item 12, ordinance calendar number 5228, ordinance amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 1.27 acres from A1A to NC, Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Sharp. Motion by Mr. Sharp, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Nothing, none appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Number 13, ordinance calendar number 5229, ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Crawford Cemetery Lane and Highway 41 lateral, Ward 5, District 6. Mr. Tanner. Motion by Mr. Tanner to approve, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Well, we don't get to do this often. Item 14, ordinance calendar number 5230, ordinance to amend ordinance police jury series number 941995. Terry, that goes back to your days, huh? Adopted June 16th, 1994. Happy birthday, Steve. Which established the parish logo as the official seal trademark. Is there a motion to this effect?
So moved.
Motion by the birthday boy, seconded by Ms. O'Brien.
No, I said that was on my birthday.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm reluctant to recognize people waving their hands in the audience. Have you filled out a speaker card, sir?
No, it's about the parish logo. Is that the one that's in front of the president's office?
It would be that logo over my head.
Okay, my comment is that it's cheesy. Y'all could hire me to get a better artist.
Thank you.
Is it cheesy? It's Caldwell Parishes.
I don't know why I open the floor to people waving their hands. People ask me why I don't, and that's why.
I'll apologize for that.
Is there any further discussion on this? Do I have a motion? Did we pull a motion in a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All right. That's right. That's right. The jet lag's beginning to catch up with me, guys. No further comment, let's vote. Let me get back on task here. Good, great, even better.
Mr. Belisario. Mr. Dean. Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 15, ordinance calendar number 5231, ordinance to amend the 2014 operating budget, amendment number 6. Is there a motion to this effect? Finance Chairman, Mr. Stefanczyk, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Any discussion on this item?
Now, I just want to say I'm thrilled to see that we have household hazardous waste being picked up more regularly. I think it's about time, and I'm so thankful we're doing that.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Anything from the administration? Okay, no further comments, then please vote.
Motion is unanimous, one absent.
Item number 16, ordinance calendar number 5232, ordinance to amending the official parish zoning map to reclassify 3.5 acres from A4 to A4 in manufactured housing overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Groby.
Chair, I have I'm a little bit confused. I want to make sure I'm following procedures right. I want to read a statement into the record, but do I have to open this simply for discussion, and that does not count as an official vote, correct?
Oh, sure, yeah, we can
Okay.
take comment first.
Go ahead and
if you'd
open it
like.
for commission.
However you'd like to do it.
Yeah.
We can-
Chair and colleagues, looking back last month at the appeals and comments from the colleagues and the citizens, I believe in all my heart we've made a mistake. We put in an HMO in a neighborhood that has never had one before. I believe that, we really have wounded the subdivision in a way that may not ever heal from it in a sense. I believe that allowing the very first official HMO, we may have opened a door that we can't close again. One of the things that I did this evening when I came in is I copied this letter, which was given to Mr. Terry Han, our council staff, before the case was heard last month. This letter is from the law firm I mentioned, where Mr. Fridge had engaged a secondary lawyer to write a letter on his behalf, basically telling us that, in a sense, that if he didn't get his way, they would consider a lawsuit because we were being arbitrary and capricious. If that were the case, I really feel that we would have been sued in 2011. I don't understand, this issue, other than I know that opening, like Mr. Stefanczyk said last month, setting a precedent for this subdivision HMO is the wrong thing to do. It has been the wrong thing to do. This subdivision, even though it has trailers in it, it was never really intended for it. I understand about the original agreement not to have it, and they forgot about it, and this, that, and the other. But to put this in here, and with respect to Mr. Sharp, I would have been a hypocrite to ask, vote for his MHO and then ask for mine to be denied. This, I believe, with all my heart, like I said, was a mistake. We shouldn't have approved it. I don't believe that the zoning commission should have approved it. And with that said, that I don't feel I can move on this. I don't believe I can second it, and I definitely can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groby. I have a series of speaker cards, and I'll just start from the top. The first one is Ms. Lori LaBeouf. Is Ms. LaBeouf still present? I'm sorry, say again? Okay. Thank you. How about Eileen Tozier? Ms. Tozier, you have 2 minutes.
I have it written down here, so I can go quick.
Thank you.
My name is Eileen Tozier, 60186 Nina in Lacombe. I would like to refer back to the 2011 council meeting when the majority of the council here today unanimously agreed there is not a predominance of mobile homes in the area and agreed Mr. Fridge is not, they were not inclined to rezone 3.5 acres from mobile home overlay, and it was moved to override the zoning. To my knowledge, there were no new mobile homes placed in our subdivision between 2011 and 2014. So the idea that Ms. Duchesne mentioned that the subdivision was trending towards mobile homes, it was erroneous. We did have an additional house placed in our subdivision between 2011 and 2014. indicating that our subdivision is still trending towards homes. Your approval last month allowing Mr. Fridge 2 mobile homes, I believe, could create a trend, changing this percentage of 65% homes and 34% mobile homes. It could set a precedent, devaluing our property and homes. The people of the subdivision packed half this room, pleading with our council to look at the facts before making a decision. We are asking you to re-examine those facts and are respectfully asking Mr. Fridge to place a home on the lot and comply with the subdivision zoning and not to set a precedent that devalues our property and homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toje. The next speaker will be Ms. Cheryl Provence. Province? Oh, well. Yeah. I was being sophisticated.
I know. It gets pronounced all kinds of ways, okay. Good evening, council. My name is Cheryl Province. I live at 30193 Nina Drive. I also am going to read something to you for the record. I am here tonight asking the council to re-examine the approval of the first mobile home overlay granted by our zoning commission for our subdivision. I believe there was a question asked by the council last month. Why did staff recommend and why did the zoning commission approve the zoning change, excuse me, for Oak Lawn East subdivision? If I recall, staff told you it was the numbers Mr. Shane had given them, and they made a judgment. Now the question here is, how did Mr. Shane arrive at, I believe, an erroneous number? At the April 1st zoning meeting, Mr. Shane, while discussing this issue, at 14 minutes and 10 seconds, clearly states to the zoning commission that he believed there is a large percentage of manufactured homes, when in fact, in the entire area, there is 34.7%. As you know, we took time to mark on a map, and I have a map here again today. We took time to mark on a map the blue for homes and for mobile homes red. And in many hours of checking and rechecking our numbers, show the total of 98 residents, 34 mobile homes, and 64 houses. Houses at 65.3%, mobile homes at 34.7%. I believe during council meeting on July 10th, Mr. Schoen uses a 38% mobile home, and then again towards the end he speaks of 39%. I fail to understand where and how Mr. Shane arrives at his numbers. Again, Mr. Fridge's property is located on Nina Drive, where the highest number of homes are located in Oakland's East. That is 26 homes and 7 mobile homes. Again, I have been over my map, checked, rechecked, and I believe zoning may have made a misjudgment in our case. Here again is a map and a breakdown of the houses and mobile homes. We are 2/3 houses strong and would not like to see the scale tip toward mobile homes any further. And again, I believe a dangerous precedent is being set here, and devaluing our property and our homes is at stake. We would like the zoning of the subdivision without mobile home overlays and to keep the current zoning 4A. I am respectfully asking council to re-examine the numbers and please consider the decision rendered.
Thank you, Ms. Provence. Province. All right, the next person that I have is James Kuzan.
He also
Had to leave. Okay. How about Keith Province?
I'm Keith Province. I'm one of the 2 Oak Lawn East residents who petitioned to override the zoning change. First off, thank you, Councilman Groby, Councilman O'Brien, Stefancic, and Mr. Falconer for your yes vote the other night. I think y'all truly understand what's going on here. In this case, Mr. Shane, he continuously asked that his client be treated fairly and the same as the others in regards to being allowed to put a mobile home in this subdivision. The others he's talking about, the mobile homes that are there, regardless of the percentages, they never presented and tried to petition a zoning change to a mobile home overlay, which is what is really the case here. Mr. Fridge isn't going to reside there. He's going to be on the outside looking in. He told us of his plans to where he's going to retire in Covington in a separate meeting. And now, this time, he wants 2 mobile homes, not one. Not one that was denied to him before. That's so he can make the most profit that he can, but he won't be living there. And, you know, the fact is that the majority of the residents on Oak Lawn East, they're being treated unfairly. They're being treated unfairly. The council, besides these 4 I mentioned, they're voted in the favor of one man. Hired a lawyer, got his foot in the door through the zoning commission, which is a majority of the vote, and it takes a unanimous vote to override it. Again, he'll never be a resident. And I just want to say, Webster's dictionary defines democracy is a government by the people, especially rule of the majority. So I'll ask all y'all who voted in his favor, where's the democracy in this?
Thank you. All right, Mr. Shane, you're next.
Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm in Covington, and I represent Michael Fridge, who's the owner, the petitioner, and hopefully will be the benefactor of the ordinance that you will pass this evening for the MHO. I think that your process envisions that if someone does not agree with the recommendation of the Zoning Commission, there's an appeal opportunity. We had that process last month. And as a result of that process, a vote was taken, which in fact concurred and approved the MHO request for this property. Also, after that appeal took place, I believe you also had a motion and took a vote to introduce legislation to in fact enable or perhaps place the MHO on the property. I believe the decision that you made was difficult, but absolutely correct, not only as it relates to legal principles, which I don't back down from, because I do believe Mr. Fridge has the right to seek an opportunity to have an MHO form of housing on his property, but maybe the very obvious. The count of the number of manufactured homes in that neighborhood between the 2 parties does not differ greatly. To be precise, the data I gave you last month attached to the letter I sent you indicated there were 39 mobile homes out of 102 for a percentage of 38.23%. If we really want to examine this case and talk about it, unless you tell me those trailers came in after comprehensive rezoning, each one of those sites should have gotten an MHO zone at the time of comprehensive rezoning. That is the zone that those properties needed because of the structures that were there. I am not chiding the council or the commission, and certainly not the administration, for the fact that we don't have MHO zones out there. In fact, as a lifelong resident, I would just venture a guess that if we rode this parish, put that 2?
That's 2 minutes.
I think.
That's 2 minutes. Oh, boy. I didn't mean to do that.
Stand by, Mr. Shane. We'll clear this up in just a second.
The lights is the only thing went out. Our mics are still on.
Railroad time, break time.
Where's that other deputy?
I turned the light switch on. This has never happened before.
Why would they put a time for a council meeting
They don't. I don't think they do.
Because guess what? It's electricity. We're in violation of
No, we got it right there. See that? See that? Right there on that TV. That round circle is your mark.
This is a first.
I think I should announce it. That would go well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back live again, and my recollection is that we had just,
Mr. Shane Bell went off, that's where we were.
say again. The time had run, Mr. Parliamentarian. I do have a speaker card from Mr. Michael Fridge. Yeah, Mr. Fridge, would you step to the podium and state that, and we can continue.
My name is Mike Fridge. I reside at 1705 Beth Drive. I'm going to give my time to Mr. Shane.
Thanks. So there'll be 2 more minutes, Mr. Stefancic.
Thank you. And I think where I left off is that my comment about what we believe to be 39 mobile homes in the area.
Mr. Chairman, this behavior can't continue.
I'm signaling to Deputy, please just monitor the comments from the crowd, please, Mr. Deputy. Once again, I apologize, Mr. Shane.
Yes, sir, I
Please
understand.
continue.
Again, my comment is not to chide anyone for the fact that there are not 39 MHOs in the neighborhood. My point is simply this. It's my belief that if you probably took an inventory of all the manufactured homes in our parish, we would find that many, many, many of them do not in fact have an MHO designation. Many of those trailers have been there for many, many years. We've really only gone to the MHO district in approximately 2007, 8, somewhere in that range, and the first implementation was in 2009. And for the most part, the emphasis was to try to find where there was either a conglomerate of existing mobile homes or where we thought mobile homes might be appropriate in the future. I would suggest to you the standard is not whether or not there's another MHO zone on the block. The standard is whether the proposed use is compatible and appropriate. And if you believe that there's around 38% manufactured homes in this immediate neighborhood, I think the answer is very obvious. I'm really sorry that this case has taken as much time as it has and has created as much stress as it has for the neighbors, Mr. Fridge, Mr. Groby, myself, and all of you. I mean that sincerely. I can only say, though, at the end of the day, what we're really talking about is a different form of housing. Why should my client, who owns 2 lots in this subdivision, not have the opportunity to have the same type of housing that approximately 38% of his neighbors have in that area? To me, it's very simple. I appreciate your consideration of the appeal last month. I would ask you to now adopt the ordinance that you introduced in July and allow this property to become an MHO. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Mr. Tanner.
Yes, sir, I move that we adopt the ordinance changing the zoning map to put an MHO on the property. And I want to comment to that, actually.
Yeah, let me get a second to your motion. Is there a second to this motion? Seconded by Mr. Thompson. All right, Mr. Tanner, you have the floor.
Well, I think this will set a big precedent for us. We had an appeal process a month ago. We went through that process. This council voted. And we're going to come back tonight, and we're going to have another appeal process, and they asked us to vote the opposite way. This tells me every time we have an appeal, whoever doesn't win is going to come back at the next meeting and want to have another appeal. So, I mean, we went through the process, we voted. I don't remember what the vote was, but I know it passed. And, you know, I think it would be unfair to us and to people that were asked for the change and the people who were here. Even most of the people that were opposed to it had to leave. So, you know, I can't see us changing what we voted for last month.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Stefancic.
I agree with Mr. Tanner that, and I voted to, you know, not to provide this last month, but we went through a process. And the process we have is you do the appeal and we vote on the appeal, and whichever way that comes out. I do realize that everyone has a right to speak on ordinances, any ordinance at these meetings. That's guaranteed in our charter, so people can come back and speak on the ordinance. But when we have dealt with appeals, certainly for as long as I've been on the council, once the appeal has been exhausted and voted upon, that basically becomes the end of the process, or close to the end of the process, with the exception of the adoption of the ordinance. Although people do have a right to come back and ask, or there could be changes made. So as much as I voted one way last month, I will vote to support the ordinance this time. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the item that's on the floor? Anything from the administration? Okay, none appearing then, please vote.
Motion passes 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
All right, that moves us then to discussions and other matters. Item number 1, motion to refer to the zoning commission the proposed creation of a new zoning classification entitled AT2. Mr. Bellisario.
So moved to transfer to the zoning commission for public hearing.
Motion by Mr. Bellisario, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Any discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing then, please vote.
Mr. Gould? Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Item number 2, motion to refer to the zoning commission for recommendation of the proposed rezoning of 3.457 acres from A1 manufactured housing overlay and RO to A2 manufactured housing overlay and RO. Ward 8, District 6, Mr. Tanner. Motion by Mr. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Thompson. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Item number 3, motion to refer to the zoning commission for recommendation the proposed rezoning of 11 acres from HC3 to A8 multifamily, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith.
Motion to refer to the zoning commission.
Motion by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Item number 4, motion to refer to the zoning commission for recommendation the proposed rezoning of 32.95 acres from HC3 to A4, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith.
Motion to refer to zoning commission.
A motion by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Any further discussion on the item? Anything from the administration? Not appearing then, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
Before we go into executive session, we have 2 items to complete on the off-the-floor agenda. Is there a motion regarding the off-the-floor agenda?
So moved. I move that we take number 2 off the agenda and do them separately.
All right, there's a motion on the floor then to open the off-the-floor agenda for item number 2 only. Is there a second for that motion? Seconded by Mr. Thompson. Be reminded that it takes a 100% vote to pass this, to move this item off the floor agenda. So please vote.
Motion is not unanimous, therefore it does not pass, with 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 absent.
Very well. Then we'll move to item number 3, resolution authorizing the budget. I'm sorry, we need to.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would ask my colleague, Mr. Gould, to please reconsider. We're down to 1 diesel pump, okay, in an area in the middle of hurricane season, okay? And, Marty, here's the thing.
Here's my point.
I know what your point is.
There's a game going on here.
No, that's not
There's
a
an
game.
item about the fracking that's on there, and by picking that up, he gets to stop it with his no vote, okay? So I did the same thing. Now, if you put up a motion to open up off the floor for all items, you got my vote.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know about a game. I apologize. That's why I asked for your
Let's
reconsideration.
let's come back in order here. Can
Okay,
we-
well, can I then do what Mr. Gould, well, look, guys, I need to make a motion to get both of these off the floor, because we have a hurricane season, an emergency, okay? I'm gonna make a motion to get number 2 and 3 off the floor.
Okay. Let me just request from the parliamentarian, can we open the off-the-floor agenda for item number 2 if it's already once been voted and voted down in a unanimous vote? Can we reconsider?
You can only move to reconsider.
Teresa, clear my machine.
We can only move to reconsider hearing item number 2, I'm sorry. Okay.
Well, I would just say this, okay? I would hope, honestly, I don't know about any game, okay?
Right.
And I hope regarding either 2 or 3 or both, we don't play any games, okay?
I don't play any games.
Who's saying that?
I said.
Oh, no. I'm not accusing anybody of it, okay? I'm only dealing with what I'm hearing.
Yeah, let's don't start accusing one another of
No, I'm not
ulterior motives
accusing-
here. I'm talking to
Mr.
everybody here.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back into formation here and just, we need a motion on the floor.
Can I make a motion to reconsider, please?
Certainly,
Number 2,
yes.
motion to reconsider.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to reconsider? Seconded by Mr. Stefancic. So the motion to reconsider is by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by, I'm sorry, by Mr. Bender, seconded by Mr. Stefancic. There's a motion on the floor to reconsider the opening of the off-the-floor agenda to hear item number 2.
Thank you.
I will go then to discussion. Mr. Smith, I think yours is the next one.
Yes, I just want to make sure I understand what I am being asked to vote on here.
Okay.
So if someone
Can I-
could please.
Can I clarify it for you?
Yes.
Okay. As the chair, let me clarify. We had a motion to open the floor, the off-the-floor agenda, for only item number 2. That, to open the items off the floor, it requires a unanimous vote. We did not receive a unanimous vote. At the behest of Mr. Bender, we have been encouraged to reconsider that. So he has made a motion to reconsider that item of bringing it off the floor, and that was seconded by our parliamentarian. Our parliamentarian has instructed us that we can't do the 2 because we voted down the 1.
Correct.
Okay? So we're now reconsidering bringing item number 2 off the floor.
And I appreciate that, but that still did not answer my question that I had. And the reason being, you were trying to get everybody back in order, and I appreciate that. But there was some dialogue that transpired here that I don't know if it is pertinent to the question that is in this other item, number 3, that Mr. Bender is asking to be reconsidered. Number 2.
It's not, Mr. Smith.
Not relevant.
It's not relevant to the
Not relevant.
discussion, no, because it was, you can go back and listen to the tape if you'd like, but it has nothing to do with our ability to open the floor for item number 2. I wish, believe me, I wish, well, I'm not even gonna say I wish. I'll leave it there. So we
I
have
made
a
the
motion on the floor
Steve second, reconsideration.
to reconsider the item number 2, and we've had discussion now from Mr. Smith. Mr. Bender, you still have your light on? Do you have anything
No,
further
no,
you
sir.
wish to add?
No.
Anybody over here wish to add anything? Anything from the administration? All right, we've all discussed it. Let's vote again on considering item number 2 on the off-the-floor.
The motion fails with 12 yeas, 1 abstention, and 1 absent.
No, it don't fail. Reconsider only takes to my jar.
But this is
a unanimous vote, it's a requirement.
what? This is state law.
TJ, you abstain? That's a no vote, so that stops it from coming back.
Okay, all right, yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm with you. So it takes, to reconsider, it takes a majority vote. Now we're going to reconsider. So now the vote is whether or not we're going to bring it off the floor. item number 2, and this will require a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to vote, that was to bring it off, to reconsider the item.
Okay.
Now we're going to vote, now that we've removed the cloud of the original issue, we're going to now vote to bring it off the floor, item number 2.
No, I'm sorry, but you can't do that. You put a motion on the floor and twice it's been denied. The only way to, just a minute, it was denied because there was one vote. And the only way that you can bring that back up is to reconsider the motion or accept Mr. Smith's change of his vote, which would then make it, unanimous.
You okay with that?
You can do that. You can't,
Okay.
And which is what I did.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Smith then changes his vote, so we've now got a unanimous vote. Is everyone satisfied with that? We're all okay with that? All right.
Thank you.
Trying to lead us through the wilderness here. All right, so now we have, the floor is open for a motion. We are considering item number 2. Resolution to acknowledge the authority of the parish president to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with the parish drainage district number 5. Is there a motion to that effect?
There's a second right here.
There's a
Motion.
motion by Mr. Bender and a second by
Right.
Mr. Ortiz.
okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just so that the council will know, okay, there are only 2 diesel pumps draining subdivisions behind a levee system, 500 acres, okay? And if we would have a hurricane event, they would flood, okay? So that's why it had to be done in an emergency situation. And also, I really do want to thank Ms. Gina, the administration, Ms. Kelly, and legal, okay, and engineering for doing everything they needed to do to verify the fact that they only had 1 working pump. And so, and by the way, this is a not to exceed $30,000. The quote, we have everything, and I put it in as a not to exceed, right, Ms. Gina?
Mr. Bender, I believe it's not to exceed 35, just in case.
35,
Yes.
okay. Thank you. All right, thank y'all.
Very well. Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Anything from the administration? None appearing, please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 1 absent.
All right, now, we've got one final item on the off-the-floor agenda to deal with. I need a motion. Yeah, this is just to bring item number 3 off the floor, and it requires a unanimous vote.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by Mr. Gould. For item number 3, unanimous vote. Just please vote.
Motion does not pass with 12 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bender.
In fairness to Mr. Gould and the rest of the council, because I asked that my emergency be reconsidered, I'd like to ask that this be reconsidered.
You can certainly make a motion to reconsider.
I make a motion to reconsider unless Mr. Gould, I'll defer to,
I think that Mr. Tanner's got his mind made up, and we'll just have to take it up next month.
It'll move over to the regular agenda next month.
I mean,
Yes,
we could,
absolutely.
Jerry, we could try.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider. Look, guys, just out of pure fairness.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to reconsider by
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bender, seconded by Mr. Groby. Mr. Tanner.
All right, let me explain to you. You know, this council voted to spend $25,000 to go into litigation over no fracking. All right, and that was fine. I voted for that and what have you. Now, the people that we hired knew what the budget was. They have exceeded that budget, And now they're coming back for us to pay this bill. Why didn't they come back to us before it got over $25,000? I don't have any problem paying more money to keep this thing going, but I have a problem of them waiting to the last minute, and now I'm hearing instead of 25,000, they want 100,000. And, you know, we need to, that's something that we need to discuss in finance. And where's that coming from? We don't have that in the council budget. And so that's a finance question. How in the hell can you bring that up tonight off of the floor without even anybody knowing what's going on about it? I haven't seen an itemized bill from those people that did that, did the lawyering on this suit. So they're asking us to vote on something that we haven't seen, and I'm not going to allow that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Okay, more discussion, Mr. Stefanski.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that somewhat I agree with Mr. Tanner in the fact that, that basically we've reached the limits of where we have funding for the Blue Phillips lawyers that we have. My suggestion would be to bring this off the floor and then consider referring this to finance, because we're either going to take it out of risk management, which really doesn't require resolutions, or we're going to end up, we need to really find the money before we spend it so we know what we're spending. And I would like to see this brought up and sent to finance, and then work the issues on the financial issues, and then and get it and know where the money's going to come from, because I don't know that it's going to stop where where we're looking at today, and we may find that it's going to cost a lot more. And we've had a lot of people here that said, yes, we think you ought to go do it. I'm willing to look at it, but also am not going to be frivolous with the money. I think we need to understand where the money is coming from up front. So that would be my comments along this line, and I'd like to bring it up, and then if we could refer it to finance. Now, if you want to do something different than that, I'm not sure I would support that tonight, but I would bring it up to at least get us where we need to be.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on just a second, I'm trying to follow the lights here.
Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
Tanner, you were on next.
Well, first of all, I mean, we don't have to bring it up tonight in order to send it to finance next month. We can do a resolution, for the agenda next month, put it on the agenda. And I don't have a problem putting it on the agenda for next month. And then at agenda review, we can refer it to finance. We're going to meet finance after agenda review. And we can discuss it in finance and then come back to the council with it. But I'm not opening the agenda tonight to put this out for a vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bender, you were next.
Could I ask legal counsel, I mean, just, can you give us an update on where we stand with legal fees?
Yes.
And whether this is of an emergency nature, considering where we are in the process? You understand my
Yes.
question?
So far, we have filed litigation. We have 2 dates now before the court. One is at the end of August, which is a status conference. The second one is actually a hearing date for October the 27th, I believe it is, before the judge. This legal team has done an exceptional job. They're coordinating with various other organizations in the parish, Tulane Law Clinic. I mean, they've, had several meetings and all. They were actually in court this week setting up for the presentation of the exhibits that we're going to use at the hearing. Right now, I think, Don, we received 2 invoices, which total, what is the total amount?
Total amount's about $32,000.
$32,000. The first,
$32,596.56.
and the first one was about $1,800, and then the second one was that. If we don't allocate money to pay, I mean, I need to tell these attorneys, they don't work for nothing. We approved that resolution, and I hear what Mr. Tanner is saying, but you don't have time to say, stop, don't file that motion, because we're out of money.
Could have last month, you could have said they were gonna run out of money if we don't
Didn't know that last month. Did not know that last month, no. When we looked at this situation, we obtained information from previous litigation that this parish had been involved in, and some of the audience know what I'm talking about, and we estimated as to what we paid our attorneys and others paid their attorneys in that litigation. And the estimate was about a ceiling of $100,000. And that's what the projection, overall projection is that up to $100,000. And when you look at the resolution that is in here, it's designating the fund from which that will be paid, the fees will be paid. The council paid the first, was authorized up to the first $25,000. I understand we got a little bit more room in our budget to pay the outstanding, correct, Don? To pay the total outstanding bill that we've received so far. But this is a situation where, in response to the litigation that we filed, we are going to get either complete denial or a green light as to what we can legally do to proceed in order to protect the parish's risk funds from any suit, whether it be by the oil company, the property owners, or a class action that's been threatened by certain citizens here. This is all about protecting the fisc of this parish. So if we're not going to allocate any more money, and I can't tell these attorneys in good faith, don't go to any hearings, because we hadn't decided yet whether we're going to allocate more money to pay you. I need to know. It's that simple. If y'all want to take it up tonight, tomorrow morning I'm picking up the phone, and I'm going to tell these attorneys in good faith, y'all need to stop, because we don't know how we're going to pay you. It's that simple.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment.
We yield over to Mr.
Yeah,
Belisario.
I'll yield.
Mr. Belisario.
I just went over to Dawn and asked him on the timing of the invoices. The first bill was around $1,800, and the big juggernaut came in about a week ago. So it missed the timing of getting on the agenda, and it could have been on the Finance Committee last Wednesday. So that's the catch that we're in, and I don't believe we should defer, because we need to move forward with this litigation to get ourselves to where we need to be.
Mr. Gould.
Yeah, Mr. Han?
Yes, sir.
Is there a stopgap number that we can go with in lieu of the 100 to get us further down the road? In the sake of trying to compromise at this point, realizing we're going to fight over this next month.
When was the next meeting? The next meeting of the council would be September.
Yeah.
So we will be
September
past
4th.
the status conference. I would say you got to give us at least 60, up to 60. In other words, if you didn't want to go to 100 in the resolution, if you just went to 60, and I can call the attorneys tomorrow morning and say, look, whatever y'all doing, you can't go over 60,000.
Right.
This is a hard, fast number for the council. This is what they've set. If you tell me that you can't do any more work on it, you can't go to the hearings, so be it.
You know what, let me say this. What I'm interested in is reserving our rights as a parish to control our own destiny.
Yep.
Okay? That's all I'm after. The judge may rule, you have to abide by our zoning laws. Well, that's fine, and then maybe there's a zoning classification out there that they fit in, I don't know. Okay? But, there's something absolutely wrong with the idea of not defending our rights to self-govern in this parish. Now, the easiest way to kill it, right, is right now. Don't fund it.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gould. Mr. Dean.
I don't think that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe anybody is against defending our parish. I think it would be insane to even suggest such a thing. But we gotta have, I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm a little resentful about going through this whole big discussion and people yelling at us and everything else. We approved $25,000. Now I see it's up to $32,000. What the hell, what were we even here for if it suddenly jumped up without us being aware of it? I wasn't aware of it, you know. I would have said, okay, well, let's approve 32,000. I mean, where are we going with it? And I think there's got to be, and I'm not suggesting these attorneys aren't top notch and all that, but we've got to, I guess, can we have a quicker finance committee so that we can discuss where we're going? I think it'd be a mistake if we just capped it at 60, because you know what, they're going to do $60,000 worth of work and they're going to quit, and they're going to sit back and wait on us to give another 30. If y'all remember how much and I hate to bring up the ugly word, the coroner, but the coroner's attorneys, where was it, like 300,000 or 400,000? This thing doesn't have a top. It can just keep going. So can we, because I want to get it going. And Richard, are you, how can, I guess I'm trying to figure out how can we cure this to where we can get some answers before these guys have to go back to court? Do you have any,
Mr. Chair?
Terry? Or Richard?
Hold on one second. I know you addressed a question. Mr. Bender, would you yield over to
Yeah,
discussion?
I wanted to just add to what Marty Gould said and also to Marty Dean, okay? Look, we voted for 25,000, okay? I think I made a motion to do 50 just because I didn't think 25 was going to get us that far, okay? I mean, it eats up quick, but we voted against the 50. And you know what? That's America. That's the way it is, okay? But if we're not going to discuss this tonight, and what I want to do is get it off the floor to at least get a vote tonight, okay? And if like Mr. Dean says, if we want to make a vote tonight with a cap, okay, we get a suggestion from Mr. Hand.
Excuse me a second, Mr. Bender. Would you ask that gentleman to please leave?
But
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But to stop when we have momentum, okay, of trying to get, and what I like the way where we've gone with this is our legal team has asked the judge, tell us if we have the right to defend our own community. That's how important this is right now. We got to stay with the Army Corps of Engineers, okay? We're close. So all I wanted to add was this for Mr. Gould, okay, because he's leading in charge on this. I mean, tonight, you know, I know Mr. Groby's involved in it as well. I've been to some of the meetings and a lot of council members. But if we can't get it off the floor tonight, Marty, why not propose an emergency council meeting?
Well,
I'm willing to come.
well, that would be something that Mr. Falconer would, I believe, have to call.
He would have to call it, or we can do it with Terry, if I'm correct. And I'd rather that Mr. Falconer would call it as our chairman, but we could make it happen with X number of council votes. Either the chairman can call it on his own, if I'm not mistaken. You and Steve can tell me. Or it takes a number of council members which calls the meeting. Correct, Steve? And what's the number? A simple majority of 8. But I mean, Reed, if you want to do the emergency meeting as chairman, I definitely would defer to that. If you'd rather we take a vote on an emergency meeting, I'm okay with that too. But I don't think we should just tell our attorneys, go sit on your hands. I agree with Mr. Hand and Mr. Gould and Mr. Dean, whoever.
Mr.
I wanna
Gould,
speak.
I think I had asked Mr. Bender if we could defer over to the question from Mr. Dean to Mr. Tanner. I think that's where I left.
Yeah.
So you ready for me?
Yes, Mr. Tanner.
Well, I don't have a problem paying more. First of all, you know, Terry's saying, I'm gonna call him tomorrow and tell him to stop. Well, hell, he didn't call him and tell him to stop when he got to 25,000, and they kept on working. So why wouldn't they work tomorrow, assuming that we were gonna pay them? You know, that don't make sense, Terry. You know lawyers don't work that way.
They don't report to me every day.
I know they don't,
They don't report
but
to
they
me
work-
what they're doing every day.
They knew what the
submit a
resolution
bill,
was,
and
didn't they?
I don't deny that.
Well, then,
But you don't tell them to stop in midstream when they got orders coming in from the court.
that's why I'm
and-
telling you, you don't need to call them and stop them tomorrow either. What we need to do is get us an itemized bill, and we'll get with the finance committee and the administration and find out where the money's going from. I'm not opposed to this legislation to try to stop this thing at all. I'm opposed for this council not to know what's going on as far as the lawsuit. I've read the emails that come through and said there's not even a hearing been scheduled and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, finally they come back a week or two later and said, yeah, we got a hearing scheduled now. But, you know, we need to be kept up to date on this thing. I was talking to somebody this week who said that one town in Texas spent $6 million trying to stop fracking and never did stop it. Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to stop fracking litigation before it gets to $6 million. And I'm not going to approve it tonight. So if we want to have a special meeting, hey, I'll come, but I want information. I want itemized information from that thing, and I want to know, you know, where we're taking it to. If it's $100,000, I don't say stop it at $100,000, but we'll take it to $100,000. But let us know what's going on, where we at 75, where we at 80, and then when we get to 80, say, hey, you better come back because we're going to need another 50. You know, that's the way this has got to work. You just can't jump out there and spend everything and come back and say, all right, give us the money. We may decide to fire these people if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Stefanski.
Well, I think Mr. Tanner said he's not going to change his vote tonight, so I don't know that any comments I would have would be relevant, except for the fact that I will tell you that the Finance Committee will meet at any time, and we will start working on this issue tomorrow morning. We will have a Finance Committee sometime early next week, and I will be working with the administration to determine where we can find some additional funding for this. I would suggest, Mr. Hand, that we don't turn anybody off from continuing to go forward. And then if we find funds that don't necessarily have to have a resolution approval, we may be able to do that. And I think risk management is one of those areas where we have some leeway. But I also think that we need to have an understanding. When we approved the 25,000, we asked them to develop for us a plan of action. I have yet to see that plan of action. I would certainly like to see that, or at least meet with those people, and this council be briefed on a continuing basis. That may cost us a few extra dollars with them to have them here, but us and the administration needs to be kept well aware of what's going on. I think probably the administration is, but I don't think well, I see that they're not, okay. I guess they're not, and I don't think this council is. So we need to be briefed and brought up to speed on this more than what we have been since this started. It was my concern, and that's why I put the $25,000 cap on, asked for it so we would get an understanding of what they were going to do and how they were going to go about it before we committed more money. Now we're asking to be able to commit more money, and we don't have any of those planning documents or any kind of an understanding of where we're taking this case to. So I think they owe us some answers, and I think we've got an extremely good firm, I'm not opposed to that. I think they've done a tremendous amount for this parish, and I think they'll take this litigation through to a very, hopefully a successful completion, whatever they're going to do. But we need to be, with the monies that we're getting ready to spend, we need to have a better understanding of why we're spending it. I'm like Richard, I don't want to see us sit here and hand out money, and at some point in time, we realize we've spent $3 or $4 million, and then we don't know where we are or what we're doing or how we're going to get it back. So I'm willing to call, and I'll ask Don tomorrow, I'll ask Don and the staff to set up a finance meeting early next week, and we'll get with staff to do that. And then we'll get something set up so we have some steps so that we understand the progress and some steps for the future based on their estimates of where we're going, how much it's going to cost for us to get there, and then have some process to approve so that we have a plan, we know what we're going to spend, or at least close to it. I don't want us to sit here and put another 100,000 and another 100,000 and another 100,000. What I want to know is when we do that, what's that 100,000 buying us? And, and how far is that going to take us in the case? I know that as far as they go, that, if they go through this part of the case, I don't know where we end up with it, but I know if it has to go to the appellate court or has to go to the Supreme Court or has to go somewhere else, you don't get that for a couple $100,000. It just don't happen. And we need to all be aware of what that's going to cost us when we do it. So I would ask that Don get with me tomorrow and let's set up a finance meeting for early next week. And Ms. Brister, if you'll have your staff work with us, I would appreciate it so we can get this thing resolved. Thank you.
Mr. Gould.
I'd like to see a meeting scheduled for maybe next Wednesday night.
Yep.
Put the lawyers on notice, get the information, get it to the finance committee. Steve, I'd ask you to have your meeting Monday or Tuesday and get through it, because let me tell you, yeah, this is going to cost us money, $200,000-$300,000. I don't think there's any question. I've been through some of these rodeos with these lawsuits. Yeah, we did. Actually, we did. But whether we win or we lose, we've got to take a shot at protecting our own rights. And that's the basic problem that we have here.
Mr. Chairman?
Terry, will that work?
Sure. I just need to notify these people tomorrow that there is an issue about the funding.
Right, and what I'm hearing, it makes sense. Accountability, let us know what's going on.
Right.
How much are we looking at through this next phase?
Right.
So we can go ahead and do it right. I thought when we voted for 25,000, it was too little to begin with, but that's what we knew was available, and I think that's the way the council went.
And Mr. Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bellisario was next, Mr. Bender.
I've got my community meeting next Tuesday night at 7 o'clock. I would like to see if the staff can work with Steve Stefancic. They had the Finance Committee Monday night, because I want to be there, then I'm going to be at the special council meeting on Wednesday.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, look, trying to set the meeting up, in an open forum like this is, in my opinion, counterproductive. We will set the thing up when the staff can pull together the proper notices, when they can coordinate with the administration, the proper support, and we can get our ducks in a row. Right now, in my opinion, as chairman, we're going off half-cocked. I can assure all of my colleagues here, Mr. Bender particularly and Mr. Gould particularly, that it will not take a majority vote of my colleagues on this council to call a special meeting to resolve this problem. This problem will resolve itself, but it's not going to be done in a slipshod fashion. We're dealing with legal issues here. We're dealing with important legal issues, and we can't afford to do this wrong. So with that, Mr. Tanner, do you have anything further to add to this? We have a motion. Do you have anything further to add?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Mr. Tanner, I called you.
The only thing I want to add is I want it to be real, I want everybody to know. I know they're sitting out there saying Tanner's for drilling. That's bull. I'm sitting out there saying Tanner's for physical responsibility. We need to know what we're spending and why we're spending it. and we're not being given that opportunity. Now, I don't have a problem with a finance committee early next week and a meeting next week, and I'll probably make the motion to give the money that we need, if they can show me what we're doing and what they've done in the past and where we're going.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Mr. Bender?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, first, you know, if I misspoke or you misunderstood, my preference would be for the chair, okay, to decide when the meeting would be. That's my preference, okay? I was simply reiterating the methods in which a special meeting could be called, okay? I don't know if you heard what I said.
The legal counsel was
No,
reading.
what
the
I
home
was
rule
saying
charter to
is,
you.
my preference, as I stated, would be that the chair control if a special meeting is called and when. That's my preference. I was simply reiterating what I was taught last year, which is, if you want to call a special meeting, you need X number of council members if the chair did not want to do it. That's all. But I want to say this too, on what we don't know, okay, quickly. I'm for fiscal responsibility. I'm not for spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I understand the light that's been shed on this, but I also want to say this, okay? And maybe because I went through it last year with the coroner, and Ms. Pat was in those meetings, we had attorneys in those meetings that we were paying. And Terry can tell you, we were under strict confidentiality that nothing could leave that room. Is that right, Ms. Pat? Is that right, Terry? Yes. And, you know, all I'm saying is this. Reed, you're the chairman, and the reason that I'm not all worked up about what I don't know is because I believe that you're being kept up to date, okay, by the legal team and Ms. Pat. And guess what? I'm good with that. Now, if it's not happening, I don't know. But I'll back off at this point. But I'd like to see, like Mr. Gould, a meeting.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Grovey?
I'd like to remind the council, and I guess if I'm a little off topic, you're going to stop me, but last week I sent an impassioned email with an EPA report attached that showed a terrible, terrible accident at Clarington, Ohio, that basically burned for 5 days. 25,000 gallons of hazardous chemicals, radiological materials, explosives, primer cords. They couldn't even put the fire out. There were 70,000 fish killed. I've read the report 4 times. I almost have it memorized. And then just 4 days ago in Pennsylvania, they were polishing or finishing a fracking well, spilled 20,000 gallons of hydrochloric acid in the middle of a man's alfalfa field. According to the article, he is in negotiation with the company. They've already offered to buy 6 years worth of his crops. We are fighting for the future of this entire parish. We need to do what we need to do.
All right, are there now any further discussion items on this motion on the floor to reconsider? All right, none appearing, then please vote. We're voting to reconsider. There's still a motion and a second on the floor to reconsider bringing item 3 off the floor.
No, there's not.
Oh, yes, there was.
There's no
Was there
motion
not?
on the floor.
There absolutely was. Jake Roby was the second.
This has been the
I think-
discussion about the motion to
Right, Jerry Bender
reconsider.
made the motion, and
And
Jake Roby was the second.
we
to
did not
reconsider.
vote.
And it's not been withdrawn. So until such time as it's withdrawn, we need to move forward and vote. Please do so.
Motion fails with 11 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
All right, that, I'm going to consider that item closed. We need a motion to move into executive session to hear 2 items, lawsuit Duval, Inc. versus St. Tammany Parish, and lawsuit entitled Succession of Lawrence Murray Arthur versus St. Tammany Parish. Motion by Mr. Belisario, seconded by Mr. Artigue. Please vote. I need you guys to vote to get out. Mr. Stefancic, I need you to vote. Executive session.
It does take 10 votes, though. And I only have 9.
Give us one more. Jerry, hit your
There,
button.
I got it.
Got it? Okay, good.
Motion is unanimous.
Deputy, please clear the chamber.
12 yeas, 2 absent.
All right, guys and gals, here we go. I need one resolution
unanimous?
to,
Don't you need a?
I'm sorry.
Uh,
Wait, one second.
I only have 6 votes. I can't even do anything with
Oh, that we come back out of executive session. Please, this guy, I didn't. I apologize.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
I have a motion by Mr. Tanner to, for a resolution to settle the lawsuit DeVal versus St. Tammany Parish as recommended by legal counsel, seconded by Mr. Stefancic. All in favor? Or is there any discussion on that motion? Not appearing, then please vote. Tanner and Stefancic.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
I need an additional resolution by Mr. Groby, seconded by Mr. Smith, to settle the lawsuit entitled Succession of Lawrence Murray, Arthur versus St. Tammany Parish in accordance with the recommendations of legal counsel. Any discussion on that resolution? Please vote.
Motion is unanimous, 3 absent.
I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion by Mr. Stefancic, seconded by Mr. Bellisaria.